Asia's monarchies defy history. In a modern era of democracy, worlds of tradition, mystery, and ritual command fascination and respect like never before. Monarchs are symbols of continuity, living connections to the past that are often loved and loathed in equal measure. Mythology is at the heart of Asia's monarchies' remarkable survival. Nowhere is this more true than in the land of what is claimed to be the world's oldest monarchy, Japan. In the world's most modern city, there's a man kept at arm's length from the people and the media. Little is known what goes on behind the closed doors of the imperial palace. The Emperor of Japan has always been clouded in secrecy and myth. The monarchy's involvement in World War II is still one of the most controversial issues in modern Japan.
I think he should have been hanged.
Many believe Emperor Hirohito was central to the Japanese war effort.
The position of the emperor is not uncontroversial.
In the last 30 years, the extreme right in Japan have appropriated the emperor as the ultimate symbol of Japanese nationalism.
こういうその皇室がなくなるっていうことはもう日本がなくなるっていうことと一緒。
The emperor system has been at the heart of Japanese governance for millennia. How has it survived? And as it's so controversial, what future does the monarchy have in Japan?
What I do worry about is the royal family will wither on the vine.
The Emperor of Japan is an enigma. The Japanese claim it's the oldest monarchy in the world. The first Emperor Jimmu is said to have ruled from 660 BC. The mythology surrounding the emperor stems from his origins. Emperor Jimmu is said to be directly descended from the sun goddess, Amaterasu. Until 1945, the emperor was believed to be divine, his decisions immutable, his power absolute. To commemorate the former Emperor Hirohito's speech that ended World War II, on August 15th every year, 150,000 people gather to pay their respects to the fallen soldiers at Tokyo's Yasukuni Shrine. It's the one place in Japan where the very ideas of the emperor and Japan's wartime past are contested.
Yasukuni is a very complex issue and complex place. It's an imperial shrine. The imperial regalia are very evident there. The emperor still sends offerings that are made to the shrine.
Even though the emperor renounced his divinity after World War II, there are sections of Japanese society that still believe they must live and die for what they call the Son of Heaven.
靖国神社に行く服装に関しましては、これは各々の自由で私は構わないと思っております。あんまり奇抜な、なんか派手なね、日本にあんまりふさわしくないような。私たちが制服を着るということは、あれはいわゆる戦闘服、出場服と言われている服なんですよ。私たちが服を着てる時は、もういつ死んでもいいと。戦いのために着てるんだという、その覚悟の上で服を着てるわけですよね。服を着れば目立つわけですよ。目立てば、悪さをすればすぐに捕まるなりなんなりするわけですよ。でもそんなのも覚悟の上だと。いうことで制服を着ておりますので。
Every year at Yasukuni, a verbal and physical battle between right and left on the issue of the emperor takes place.
"私はもちろん天皇制の問題は大きなものとして日本社会にあると思っています。理由述べますか？理由は一つは戦争の責任問題っていうのがまだ解消されていないということ。それともう一つは日本社会の民主的な在り方というものを阻害する要因として大きなシステムとしてあるというふうに思っています。
Many Japanese believe former Emperor Hirohito should have abdicated or at least apologized for the war. So every year, the left wing hold a demonstration against the shrine, the emperor, and the open celebration of Japan's wartime past.
Yasukuni as a whole not only glorifies those individuals who went to fight the war, but it glorifies the whole enterprise of Japan's imperial wars during the course of an entire century.
Yasukuni is a Shinto shrine, the national religion of Japan, based on ancestor worship. By enshrining the 2.5 million soldiers at Yasukuni as gods, people are effectively worshipping rather than merely commemorating the fallen soldiers. And the emperor is seen as the head priest of Shinto. To the feared right wing, Yasukuni and the emperor represent the two most sacred aspects of present-day Japan.
天照大神、国生みの神話から始まってですね、現在のこの今の写しようにまでこの商人となって生きれる商人となってですね、現在にそれを伝えておられる。
It's the celebration of the emperor myth and the open and flamboyant militarism of nationalists at Yasukuni that inflames non-nationalist feelings.
Please imagine, the soldiers in the Nazis, Nazi parties, wearing these uniforms, and making demonstration in the center of Berlin and celebrating, then Hitler was a great man. This is happening in Japan because Japanese emperor didn't take responsibility to the war.
The Japanese monarchy is a hostage to its past. Its very existence is in jeopardy because of the role Hirohito is alleged to have played in World War II.
Most Japanese people don't know how, especially Hirohito took a role in invading Asia-Pacific countries and evoking World War II and killing more than 20 million innocent people.
To question the emperor's role or Yasukuni can lead to reprisals from the right wing, who are alleged to have close associations with Japan's mafia, the Yakuza.
中にはその記者の名前をね、僕はその経験はありませんが、中には記者の名前を叫んだりします。しかしこれはどこの国でもですね、言論の自由があるということは逆に言えば彼らにも言論の自由があり、デモンストレーションする自由がありですね、演説をする自由があるわけですから、それが暴力的なものに結びついた時にはその、暴力を振るった者の負けになるわけですね。
Like in the UK, people discuss about whether we should continue royal family or not. Even BBC broadcasts about it. But here in Japan, like NHK, public broadcasting system, and major newspapers, they don't even argue the role of emperor and emperor system.
Most historians now believe the emperor became central to the Japanese war effort. After the war, Hirohito was pardoned and permitted to stay on the throne by the American occupying forces. Ever since this moment, the continued existence of the emperor has been controversial, even as memories of the war fade. How has the emperor been able to survive in Japanese society for over 2,500 years? The answers lie deep in the past, with the creation of a mythology that directly connected the emperor to the birth of Japan. The emperor was given a divine ancestry, and with it, his place as head priest of Shinto. The story goes that the gods Izanagi and Izanami created Japan by dipping their swords into the oceans. The drips formed the islands of Japan. Izanagi encountered the thunder gods, and to cleanse himself, he bathed and created smaller gods with the water. A moon god from his right eye, a sun goddess was born from his left eye, and an ocean god from his nose. These new gods were given control of the universe. Of these gods, it is the sun goddess, Amaterasu, who was most revered in the land of the rising sun. Legend has it that she got into a fearsome argument with her brother, the ocean god, and retreated into a cave, thereby plunging the world into darkness.
神武天皇の、6代前に天照大神、太陽のように、いろんなあらゆるものを照らして平等にですね。
When she hid, the other gods held a festival outside the cave and enticed Amaterasu out with their dancing.
神道というのはまさにですね、その天照大神様に出てきてもらうがための神事なんですね。で、神武天皇も当然同じようにですね、天照大神をお祭りするような、出てきてもらうような、そういうお祭りを歴代天皇というのはずっと続けてらっしゃる。
It's claimed that the first emperor of Japan, Jimmu, was born here in Takachiho Gorge as a direct descendant of Amaterasu. In Shinto, only the emperor and his direct descendants can carry out the most important rituals that originate from the story of Amaterasu, bringing light back into the world. The emperor was therefore seen as divine and the head priest of Shinto, an animist cult that has no scripture or single god, but worships nature and ancestors, believing gods inhabit the animals, the rocks, and rivers.
と言いますのは、戦後はですね、神武天皇様を否定する、論調といいますか、そういうのが強くありまして、実際教科書の中にもですね、記述されてないようなことでございまして、しかしながらですね、現在の天皇様が125代ついておるわけですから、当然遡っていけばですね、我々にご先祖があるようにですね、当然その最初の確固たる地位を築いた方がいらっしゃると思うんですね。
Jimmu almost certainly did exist and was the first king-like figure to unify the country under one ruler.
There is a lot of myth around the whole idea of the imperial lineage. I mean, that's perfectly clear. And to actually wipe away those myths is made more difficult by the fact that the imperial household won't allow these excavations to take place in ancient imperial tombs. So some people are saying, well, perhaps the Japanese royal family might have originated from Korea in the beginning. Without the access to those imperial tombs, it's extremely difficult to understand the prehistory.
Successive emperors after Jimmu were more closely associated with Buddhism as it began to take hold in the country. But it was their association with the rituals of Shinto and their supposed divine origins that ensured their special role within Japanese society. The emperors ruled Japan until the 12th century, when the country was taken over by shogun warlords, descended from powerful clans who ruled the country as de facto monarchs for the next 700 years. The emperor was regularly forced into hiding.
江戸時代は天皇について知ってる人ってあんまりいないんですよ。だから京都にいましたよね。で京都周辺の人は知ってたでしょうけれども、それ以外の地域の人たちは天皇は知らない。そもそも京都の御所の中から外に出ませんので見たことがないわけですよ。でそうすると天皇のが将軍はもちろん知ってるんですけど、江戸城にいるみんな知ってます。だけど天皇は知らない。
In Kyoto, the emperor continued as the head priest of Shinto, whilst military strongmen dominated the country.
And the emperor is still providing legitimacy for the shogun. The shogun requires the fact that they are approved by the emperor. Now that may be, in a sense, merely symbolic because the emperor hasn't got any power, but to actually move against the emperor and to dislodge the emperor as a figure altogether would possibly arouse opposition.
It was a brutal period in Japanese history. From the 13th to the 16th century, Japan was almost constantly at war as rival clans battled for control. In the 19th century, Japan was ravaged by famine and economic desperation, a result of both mismanagement by the ruling Tokugawa shogunate and a deep mistrust of other countries, thereby isolating Japan from international trade. In 1853, American commander Matthew Perry arrived in Japan, threatening war unless the shoguns opened diplomatic and trade relations with the US. Through contact with other empire-building countries, often demanding to see the emperor, the shoguns learned how important monarchs were in foreign lands. The shogun's opponents overthrew the Tokugawa elite and then had to decide how the country would be governed.
They decided to use the emperor as a symbol, bearing in mind that Japan has often been ruled by people behind the scenes. It's a you don't have to be the nominal ruler to be the real power.
The powers behind the throne decided to reinvent the emperor using the ancient stories of his divine origins.
でそういう時代に、さっき言った国学者が古事記の研究を始めて天皇の実在が非常に日本では大きな要素であるということを発見するわけですね。
In 1867, Prince Mutoshito, supposedly the 122nd direct descendant of Emperor Jimmu, was made the Meiji Emperor. The imperial court moved from Kyoto to Tokyo, and in the space of just a few years, Meiji was transformed, shedding his traditional Shinto robes and adopting the regalia of his Western peers.
If Japan's going to have a strong sense of national identity, and it needs it, because after all what we're dealing with is a country that in some ways is similar to Italy and Germany, it's going through a process of national unification. So it needs a strong national identity, and the Meiji elite clearly believe that can be located in the figure of the emperor.
The idea that the emperor was divine descended from Amaterasu, and only they could undertake important Shinto rituals, began to take hold once again. In 1869, after just 1 year in power, the Meiji emperor opened the Yasukuni Shrine. It was a powerfully symbolic moment in Japanese history.
The Yasukuni Shrine is important because, again, it's linked to the idea of national identity. I mean, here you have a Shinto shrine being opened in the imperial capital, Tokyo, where Those who die in the war to achieve the Meiji Restoration are honoured. And then, from that point on, the war dead are honoured.
Japan prospered under the Meiji Emperor, and by the end of the 19th century, the Japanese decided to demonstrate their new confidence in military power. Japan stunned the world by defeating China in 1895, but a much bigger victory was on the horizon.
Japan then established itself as a major power when it defeated Russia in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-1905. So Japan had, by the beginning of the First World War, was a major power in the world. It had achieved that situation, and the appetite grew in the eating.
China ceded Taiwan to Japan, and an era of Asian expansion in the name of the emperor began that was to last for the next 50 years. With its military successes, emperor worship was at its height at the beginning of the 20th century. However, in 1912, the Meiji Emperor had become critically ill with stomach cancer, and on July 30th, a shocked and distraught nation was told of his death. Through propaganda and grandstanding, Meiji and the powerful figures behind the throne had established the emperor as once again the spiritual soul of the nation, and had created the beginnings of an Asian empire. This would lead inexorably to World War II and his grandson Hirohito's alleged controversial involvement in the Nationalist war effort. Before he died, Meiji had established the imperial household law, which introduced the rule of primogeniture. Only the firstborn son of the emperor could succeed to the Chrysanthemum throne. It would prove a real stumbling block to future generations who could not produce a son. As Meiji only had one son, the imperial court was left no choice but to make Crown Prince Yoshihito the Taisho emperor. His reign was to last just 14 years. As a child, it's thought he contracted meningitis, and this caused brain damage as he grew to adulthood.
With the Meiji Emperor, you did have a sense that at least there was a figure at the center of Japanese government who had long experience of office, who could perhaps provide advice or be a figure to consult on important issues, which you don't have in the Taisho period. Here you have a man who is incapable of holding that role.
By 1916, his behavior and health had become so erratic that royal officials began to think about his succession. Taisho could never live up to the reputation of his father. But in one way, he outdid him, producing 4 healthy sons, the eldest of which, Hirohito, was being groomed for power.
大正天皇っていうのが病弱でして、病弱だけじゃなくて単に病弱っていうだけじゃなくて頭の病気になって脳の病気になってそれ正常な公務ができなくなるわけですね。でこれは実は非常に大きな危機として当時政治家にも認識されていて、でどういうふうにして解決したかというと当時皇太子だった後の昭和天皇の裕仁を摂政にすると、つまり前倒しで天皇にするということなんですけれども。
The imperial household decided to let Prince Hirohito tour Europe to parade this healthy future emperor to their Western imperial rivals, a tour which changed Hirohito's outlook dramatically.
For a young, impressionable man who's been brought up in extremely sheltered surroundings in Japan, to go on a trip that takes him to Western Europe would certainly be an eye-opener. And certainly he refers to this later on in his life, the importance that this had for him in creating his view of the world and his role within the Japanese political system.
Hirohito was also encouraged to tour his own country.
皇太子とその何万という人たちが一体となる儀式が出てくるんですね。例えば万歳を参照するとか、君がみんなで歌うとか、分裂式を行うとかですね。君民一体っていうふうに言うんですけれども、君民一体の中に日本の国体があるんだという考え方が出てくる。
In 1925, after a long illness, Emperor Taisho finally died. And the young Hirohito acceded formally to the Chrysanthemum throne. Hirohito took the name Showa, meaning enlightened peace, a dreadful irony as Japan was to embark on the most terrible period of warfare it had ever known. The Japanese military began an aggressive period of expansion, turning Manchuria from a protectorate into a fully fledged colony and moving into mainland China. Some historians believe that the emperor was powerless to stop this expansion. His role as set out in the Meiji Constitution was not to be involved in political or military matters. This remains one of the most hotly contested topics up to the present day.
昭和天皇も国内情勢のみならず海外の情報も非常に幅広く正確に知っておられました。でしかしそしてできれば満州であれ、あるいはまたさらに海外へ乗り出すことについては非常に慎重でなければならない、むしろそれには反対だというお気持ちを持っておられました。これは最近出ておる証言でもそのように述べておられたということが分かります。けれども天皇の立場は政府の方針に対して注意をすることはできても命令することはできない。
Some believe it was Prime Minister Tojo who was responsible for pushing Japan towards the war. There's no doubt that there were rogue elements in the Japanese military who were pushing for an empire throughout Asia, and they were impossible to control.
The emperor was supposed to abide by the constitution and accept the advice that was given to him. That was his interpretation. Whether that was whether somebody more courageous, more independent-minded might have taken a different decision, I don't know. But he interpreted his role as, if you like it, a yes man.
By 1941, Japan had expanded into most of Southeast Asia, and the year ended with the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor. The question is, did the emperor know or approve of the attack?
Many people in Japan say, emperor is also a victim of Japanese militarism. But I don't think so. You can see when Japanese army took over Singapore, which was a very key stone in Southeast Asia in the world, world map. You can see he was riding on the white horse in front of the Imperial Palace among millions of people were celebrating.
シンガポールでやっぱり陥落した時の興奮があるわけ。その興奮がまだ忘れられないからどこかでもう一回勝ちを収めるっていうことに固執し続ける。1945年まで沖縄戦まで。それが日本の降伏を遅らせた一つの要因ですよね。
The Battle of Midway proved a turning point in the war, and Japan was to suffer a series of losses in key naval battles that ended in 1945 with the Americans invading the Japanese mainland. 2 atomic bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima proved decisive in ending the Japanese war effort.
道義的な責任はやっぱりあると思うんですよね。つまり今言ったように天皇自身の戦争、少なくとも戦争継続に対するこだわりっていうのは驚くべきものでして、あれ沖縄戦で負けてもなおね勝利にこだわっている。でそれを逆に軍の人間からそんなの無理だって逆に軍の人間から言われてるぐらいなんですよね。母親がかなり神がかっていまして、で1945年になってもまだ勝利を疑ってないんですね。この母親に対して息子の昭和天皇は非常に頭が上がらないというか恐れていた。
Clearly, the situation had become untenable after the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At that point, they didn't know what to do. How could these generals and admirals and advisors, how could they take a decision which they couldn't take a decision? Somebody else had to take the responsibility. Push it up.
On August 15, 1945, Hirohito announced to his subjects by radio the surrender of the Japanese forces.
あの戦争はあくまでも東条内閣が東条英機の名のもとにね、あの開戦の決定を下したものであり、昭和天皇様のご責任ではありませんということをはっきりと東京裁判で述べています。陛下にはご責任はありませんと。だから私がすべて最高の責任者としてこの法廷に臨み、そして喜んで処刑をされていきますと。
There's a famous story about, the emperor delivered a speech on August 15th by radio, but it was not a live broadcast. It was recorded the day before, several days before, and it was smuggled out of the the emperor's residence in a basket of women's underwear that was being sent out to the laundry, because the militarists were still resisting the idea of surrender.
Under General MacArthur, the Americans occupied Japan and decided to retain the emperor as an institution people could rally behind, and controversially, to make him immune from prosecution.
Many people in Japan say, emperor is also a victim of Japanese militarism. But I don't think so. He is the first criminal, most important war criminal during World War II, and also 50 years of invasion to Asia, Pacific countries.
General MacArthur summoned Hirohito to meet him to discuss the future organization of Japan and his role in it. Some believed that he already knew that the Americans would spare him, others that he feared for his life.
The Americans certainly did have an opportunity in 1945 to get rid of the monarchy. They didn't. They had very good reasons for not doing so. They, or at least General MacArthur, was strongly of the opinion that if the reforms that the Americans wanted to introduce were going to stick, they needed a legitimizing tool. They needed the emperor, just as the Meiji elite had needed the Meiji emperor in the 1870s.
There are scars that still fester in Japan from World War II. The decision to grant Hirohito immunity from prosecution makes the emperor a controversial figure, even today.
It's hard to imagine any other country in the world where 64 years after a war ends that these issues still remain unresolved. I think one of the major reasons that those issues remain unresolved is because the emperor's role and responsibility for the war was never clarified. It was left vague and intentionally left vague, if you don't openly acknowledge that he led the country into a devastating, tremendously destructive, meaningless war, then where do you go? Where do you go from there? How do you even start that conversation? You don't start that conversation.
Just 7 people were executed for leading the Japanese war effort, including the Prime Minister, Hideki Tojo, here being slapped on the head in a moment of bizarre gallows humor during the trial. But was Tojo really to blame? During the war, kamikaze pilots sacrificed themselves for the emperor, and soldiers fought and died in the name of the emperor.
日本国民の徴兵制でしたからね、義務ですよね。国民としての義務ということが一つで、それは誰のために尽くすかというと、やっぱ天皇陛下のためということは国民、日本の国家のためということだったんですね。古事記に書いてあるでしょ。日本書紀古事記に書いてありますように、日本の天皇陛下はね、神海の命令を受けてこの地上に降りられて日本の王となられてるわけですから、そのことはもういつまでも続けていきたいと思っていますし、それに阻害するものに対してはいつでも反対したいと思います。
In perhaps the most important development in the 2,500-year history of the emperor, the Americans persuaded Hirohito to renounce his divinity and embrace democracy. On January 1st, 1946, a shocked Japanese population were told that their monarch was a mere man and not a god.
世界永遠の平和を念願する日本国憲法の理想を心とし、民主主義に基づく文化国家建設の目的に向かって、私たちは着々歩みを進めています。
The very foundations of the emperor myth as a son of heaven were eradicated in an instant.
The emperor and emperor system in Japan are very unique because I think in the human history, only Hirohito said, "I am a human being."
I think the Americans had correctly anticipated that this was what Japan needed. Something that would reduce the awe with which the emperor was held in the country, would help to undermine the nationalism that had led to war.
Japan had to be rebuilt from scratch, so the American occupiers set about creating a new constitution in 1946, based around the emperor and a new national legislature, and in Article 9, a declaration against the idea of war.
Japan has a constitution that renounces war. It's one of the few countries in the world that has a constitution like that, and it's maintained that constitution, that idea, that principle of not being involved in wars of aggression for 64 years, since the end of World War II. And the reason it has, I believe, is because the Japanese recognized not only that the war was wrong, but that they had a moral responsibility for perpetrating a war that caused so much damage and devastation throughout Asia and throughout the world.
The Constitution promised democracy, and the emperor would continue as the living symbol of nationhood, but with no significant powers. Importantly, though, the emperor was to remain head priest of Shinto. As a young man, Hirohito called himself a bird in a gilded cage because of the stifling influence of the body that controls the royal family, the imperial household agency. Now the emperor experienced a degree of freedom unthinkable before the war, although these public appearances were tightly stage-managed. Hirohito remained as emperor for the next 43 years as a symbol of continuity and nationhood, whilst his subjects set about rebuilding the country. But the issues of the war and his involvement in it were never dealt with.
There is no process of, of truth and reconciliation in the early post-war period. And it gets delayed and seeps out little by little. So then we start hearing stories about the rape of Nanking. We start hearing stories about chemical warfare in China. We start hearing stories about the comfort women.
Japan's war crimes and the lack of justice for the victims remains as controversial as Hirohito's alleged involvement in the war.
My view would be that the best thing for the imperial institution would have been for him to abdicate at the time. I think that probably would have been a useful cleansing moment for Japan. You can see that for him, that perhaps would be to cast doubt on the imperial institution as a whole. Any abdication would be too much of an admission of guilt. It wouldn't just be personal guilt, it would be guilt for the institution as a whole. And I think that's why they didn't bite the bullet. But I think it probably would have been better to have bitten the bullet.
Given that Hirohito was tainted by the war effort, Japan needed to look beyond him to the future emperor, Crown Prince Akihito. He was brought up during the war, and like his father, feared for his life during the American invasion. It was to make him a lifelong pacifist. In Japan's post-war period, the royal family were rarely seen, except for state visits, and they seemed to like spending time alone in Tokyo's imperial palace with its enormous gardens, an oasis of calm in a hectic city of 15 million inhabitants. Towards the end of his reign, one event had a lasting impact on Hirohito. In 1978, it's thought Yasukuni independently enshrined as gods the Class A war criminals executed during the Tokyo trials.
天皇は、一つはその永久戦犯の中に、永久戦犯を合祀した人間に対する、マイナスの感情を持ってたということもあります。アメリカとの関係があって、アメリカが裁いた永久戦犯を崇める崇拝するという形に持っていくことの天皇の中の矛盾っていうのがあるわけです。
When Japan's neighbors in the US found out about this, there was outrage. And in response, Hirohito, who had made annual pilgrimages since he was a boy, decided to no longer visit Yasukuni. In 1989, after 67 years on the throne, Hirohito died, leaving the issues of World War II and his alleged responsibility for it unresolved. His son Akihito acceded to the throne in 1990, becoming the Heisei Emperor, and has spent a lifetime preaching peace.
日本国および日本国民統合の象徴としての務めを果たすことを誓い。
Akihito sees his role, in a sense, it appears as if he's making amends for the crimes that his father committed. He has made an extraordinary effort to go overseas and to be the public face of Japan in a contrite way, apologizing, not apologizing outright, but making statements that recognize and acknowledge the pain and suffering that were caused by Japan during World War II.
At home, the movements and behavior of the monarchy are still to a large extent controlled by the Imperial Household Agency, the government body appointed to look after the royal family. And just as with his father Hirohito before him, the IHA often restricts the freedom of Emperor Akihito.
宮内庁が別にそれを決めて縛っているっていうわけではなくて、もう国として決めたことですから、 その今の天皇が籠の鳥であり、他の皇族の方々も囚人のようだというんであれば、それは日本の国家、国会もそうですし内閣もそうでしょうし、マスコミも一般の人間も全てがそういうふうにしているというふうに見るべきだと思いますよね。
However, the IHA has come to symbolize a secretive, undemocratic bureaucracy that will do anything to continue the imperial male lineage. When Akihito's daughter-in-law failed to produce a son to continue the dynasty, the pressure from the IHA on her to conceive became unbearable. The future of the monarchy hung in the balance. Hirohito was Oxford educated, and his wife Masako a Harvard graduate. Both had little time for the traditions of the imperial court. They had a baby girl, but to make her empress would break the male line that was said to have lasted 2,500 years and would be against the constitution. Masako, previously a successful career diplomat, fell into a long and severe depression. In 2004, her husband let his feelings known that his wife's depression was the responsibility of people outside their marriage.
公務と育児の両立、それからメディアからの子どもをめぐるさまざまな要望に応えようと努力していた中で疲労が蓄積していったのではないかと思います。世継ぎ問題のプレッシャーもまたかかってきたことも大きかったと思います。世継ぎ問題については、その重要性を十分認識していますので、周囲からプレッシャーがかかることなく静かに過ごせることを望んでおります。
少なくとも宮内庁の幹部たちはですね、皇太子夫妻に、世継ぎ後継者をですね作ってほしいということを繰り返し要請するというのは彼らの義務です。そうでなければ天皇は途絶えてしまうわけで、そのプレッシャーについて皇太子がですね告発したのか、あるいは別のことだったのか、それは彼の発言からはよくわからないということなんですね。
When it became clear that Masako, in her fragile condition, might never have a son, politicians started to discuss whether her daughter could accede to the throne, or more poignantly, whether the emperor system should be wound up altogether.
この時にやらなければ二度とやれないという役人政治家の判断もあったんでしょう。そこで、トライしたということだと思います。しかしトライしてみたところですね、やはり国民の潜在的な、反発っていうのが、思ったよりも強力だったという状態になってですね、国論が真っ二つに割れてしまうところまで行ってしまいました。それを見て天皇は非常に心を痛めたと思います。プリンセス紀子に男の子が生まれた途端にですね、そういう議論はあっという間に吹っ飛んでしまいました。
Thanks to Naruhito's brother, the succession crisis was solved, but the Meiji Emperor's rule of primogeniture will be broken when Prince Hirohito becomes emperor.
I think it is very regrettable that the Japanese constitution was not, the Japanese imperial succession law was not changed to enable a princess to perform the role of empress.
So what is the future of the Chrysanthemum throne? Is it doomed to irrelevance, or will it continue as the symbol of the nation? It's an issue that divides modern Japanese society.
We have to make Japan as a republic as soon as possible, not in 100 years. We have to, because emperor system is so dangerous.
現代の天皇あるいは皇室の役割はむしろ大きくなりつつあるというか、あるいは必要だと感じる人が少し増えてきておると思います。政治やあるいは 経済についてのいろんな意見の対立があってもどっかで一つにまとまっておれるそういう、シンボルとして天皇のもとにみんなが、意見を同じくする。
Today, the imperial institution does, in some ways, look like an anachronism. You can't imagine that it's very relevant to the ordinary lives of Japanese people. And yet it's still there as this symbol of continuity.
天皇制は常にスタイルを変えながら生き延びています。でそれは天皇が生き延びるためだけではなく天皇制を使う人たちがいるわけです。彼らが、アナクロでない形に変えていこうとしています。
It's the emperor's position as the high priest of Shinto which gives it such a unique place in society, akin to the Pope in Catholic countries, and which may prove to be the institution's saving grace. As long as Shinto remains the national religion, the emperor should feel he has a function to fulfill.
State Shintoism is not a religion. It's a cult. I'm saying Shintoism, Yasukuni, they are cult. Yeah.
And the emperor is.
So emperor is the head of the cult.
I think it's an issue which faces all royalty. How does royalty fit in with modern life, with modern concepts?
天皇を語る考えるっていうのはその日本という国とは何か例えば民族とは何かというのと結局は同じところにこう行き着くわけですよね。国がどっちに行くのかそういう中で天皇もその要因の一つには入ってくると。
The emperor of the world's oldest monarchy has become more than anything else a symbol. A symbol of the nation, but also of the past. A past that is very much part of the soul of Japan. Recently, nationalists have appropriated the emperor to remind Japan of its history before the nation surrendered. In Bhutan, the Himalayan kingdom they call the land of the Thunder Dragon, the past is very much alive in the present. And this clash has led to the most monumental change in their history.
It was a profound shock.
The king gave up absolute power and brought in democracy. It was the latest astute political move by the kings of Bhutan, the Wongchuk dynasty. To outsiders, Bhutan seems a Buddhist kingdom, but inside there lies a different tale. The story of Wongchuk is one of intrigue, power struggles, and political genius. Bhutan is a tiny country lying in the mountains and valleys of the mighty Himalayas. A country of extraordinary beauty, steeped with myth and legend, seemingly untouched by the passing of time. It is known to the few visitors from the outside world as the Last Shangri-La, and to its people as Drukyul, land of the Thunder Dragon. Like so much in Bhutan, its name arrived from an ancient legend. Almost 1,000 years ago, a Tibetan monk came to Bhutan to found a new monastery. As he laid the final stone, he heard a sound that seemed to him God's blessing on his work. A huge roar rushed down the valley, like a roar of a dragon, a thunder dragon. And perhaps this image of a ferocious creature is a clue to Bhutan's survival. Once, the Himalayas was covered by a mosaic of small kingdoms, just like Bhutan. One by one, they've disappeared. Now, Bhutan is the only monarchy left in the region.
There's a sense in Bhutan that there has to be something very steely, a kind of bottom line about the nation's survival. That has to be ruthless if it needs to be. There can be no compromise on certain things.
Its survival is down to the Wang Chuks. Each of the Wang Chuk kings has faced a crisis during their reign. Each of them has averted it with a shrewd political move. The first king, Uggian Wongchuk, founded the new monarchy and united Bhutan after years of infighting. The second king, Jigme Wangchuk, faced down a centuries-old rival to his throne and cemented the Wangchuks as undisputed rulers. The third king took Bhutan into the United Nations, ensuring its ultimate survival as an independent state. The fourth king would prove to be the most far-sighted member of the dynasty. Ruling Bhutan has always been a game of politics and survival, and one that the Wangchuks play well. And these skills are passed down from father to son as though monarchy is a family business and politics their currency. The upbringing of the Wangchuk kings is the formula for their personal success. No one knows better than Michael Rutland, a former English schoolteacher recruited to come to Bhutan as the fourth king's tutor in 1971. These days he's retired and living in Bhutan, working as the country's envoy to the UK. Today, he's come to visit the school with a former pupil and classmate of the fourth king.
Here we are in the Uggian Wongchuk Academy, and this was built in 1970 by the then Queen of Bhutan as the school for the young Crown Prince, who was then 15. It made no difference that one of them was the Crown Prince of Bhutan. He blended in totally with all the other pupils.
I think that time it didn't strike us, so it was just like a bunch of 20 people, and His Majesty went all out, I think, to show that there were no differences. He was very considerate and very compassionate already, and very caring towards us as a friend and as a person.
It's a very good upbringing. The kings from very young age, the future king, have been going with their fathers all the time. They are not isolated from their father. They are staying with their father, and they are looking at how their father deal and take decision.
The fourth king, Jigme Singye Wangchuk, made a momentous decision that was to change the role of the monarchy forever. He willingly stood down from absolute rule and delivered democracy to his people, and one that his young son, the new king, must now oversee. Here in Thimphu, the capital and seat of politics, these changes are most keenly felt. The people see the Wangchuks as both wise and benevolent rulers who have safely led the country through many changes. Small wonder they view democracy with apprehension.
It was a profound shock. I think it's fair to say that in the 12 months following the King's announcement, if you had taken a public opinion poll, you would have had a 99.9999% vote in favour of maintaining rule by the kings.
Feelings remain that the kings of Bhutan can never be replaced by politicians.
To be frank, I don't like democracy. I like under monarchs. In democracy, I've seen in many countries, especially our neighboring country like India, there are so many trouble going on with one nation, one people. We love our king very much. We consider him as the second Buddha.
There are two things that unite the people of Bhutan: their reverence for the kings and their devotion to Buddhism. The religious values of Buddhism are everywhere to be seen, from prayer flags to spiritual monuments.
I think the Bhutanese way of life, it's very difficult to really separate Bhutanese culture from Buddhism. Everything in life that Bhutanese believe and Bhutanese do as a way of life is very much influenced by Buddhist principles and way of thinking.
Today, there is a total solar eclipse, which happens here only once every 370 years. This makes it a very auspicious day. Religion and superstition are brought to the forefront. Spiritual rituals are held to ward off the evil spirits that the Bhutanese believe are eating the sun. And of course, prayers are said for the royal family. Nearby, in the house of the village elder, butter lamps are lit as they are every morning, and with special care today. A whole room, half the upper floor, is set aside as a shrine, common in nearly all Bhutanese homes. And right next door, in equal prominence, is a room dedicated to the kings. And this is not by chance. The Wang Chuks were quick to cloak themselves in a national religion, recognizing the power of uniting the concepts of God with the crown. The indelible link between religion and the monarchy was a key part in Bhutan's history and the story of the kings. But the image of a wise and brilliant dynasty handing out blessings to the people is only part of the picture. Like every monarchy, there is a dark side. Their rise to power was at the cost of others, for they were not the only rulers to have walked these valleys. Bhutan was once home to priest kings, Tibetan princes, and exiled monks. To understand the Wang Chuks' rise to power, you have to understand the history behind them. Bhutan's royal family is a riddle. The roots of power in this perplexing and mysterious land runs deep. Bhutan's monarchy is barely a century old, but they owe their position to a history of former rulers and foreign influences that stretches back over 1,000 years. Bhutan's geographical position has played a huge role in its history. It is dwarfed between India to the south and China and Tibet to the north. It was exiles and refugees from these neighbors who were to introduce new ideas that would shape Bhutan's future. One of the first and most important of these foreign visitors was a Buddhist tantric master known as Guru Rinpoche, who arrived from India in 747 AD. Legend has it that he flew into Bhutan on the back of a tiger.
He came here and brought Buddhism to Bhutan for the first time, and so a very significant character. The image you see of him there, you can recognize that it's Guru Rinpoche, first of all because of the headgear, secondly the little moustache, and thirdly in his right hand he carries a dorji or a thunderbolt, and in his left hand a staff with 3 skulls on.
Guru Rinpoche established Mahayana Buddhism as the dominant religion of Bhutan. It's been at the heart of the nation throughout its history. Rinpoche is referred to as the second Buddha in Bhutan. "800 years later, another foreign refugee was to flee to Bhutan. In 1616, a Lama, Ngawang Namgyal, arrived in Bhutan, seeking refuge from the political crisis in Tibet. He went on to become the spiritual leader of Bhutan. After a series of victories over rival subsect leaders, he took on the title of Shabdrung, meaning at whose feet one submits. The Shabdrung may have been a monk, but he had definite political plans for Bhutan, plans that would directly lead to the rise of the Wongchuk kings.
Well, the Shabdrungs, the original Shabdrung, Ngawang Namgyal, was obviously a pretty charismatic guy. Came down as a refugee from Tibet, established his rule, this Drukpa Kagyu sect of Tibetan Buddhism, built these huge fort monasteries in each of the major valleys, the dzongs that you can still see today. So established an infrastructure and a system of government that worked for the country.
Dzongs, vast fortified monasteries placed at strategic points throughout the country by the Shabdrung. It provided islands of security in a land under constant threat from its neighbors on all sides. Although the Shabdrung oversaw the network of dzongs across the country, it was the Penlop, or Lord of the Dzong, who controlled it as both a military and economic headquarters. And one dzong in particular was to become increasingly powerful in later years, setting the stage for the rise of the Wangchuks, who were destined to become lords of this powerful fortress.
This Zong of Tongsa is one of the most impressive dzongs in Bhutan. It was built in 1650 in the time of the Shabdrung, and it was the means by which the whole of the east of Bhutan was brought under the Shabdrung's control.
Not only were these dzongs politically important, they were money spinners as well. Each was placed at the head of a vital trade route, and where there is trade, there is taxation.
This great powerful river, the Mangdi-Chu, is in a way a key to the economic power of this dzong, because there was only one bridge across that river, and you had to cross the one bridge and then walk up a path which inevitably led you into one door of the dzong. So there was no way you could get by or slip through secretly, and of course it meant that you had to pay your taxes. There was no way round the taxation. So this made this dzong immensely powerful and rich.
And it was the power of these dzong lords that would soon become a threat to the Shabdrung's rule. To maintain the Shabdrung's leadership, he needed to establish a line of succession, his own dynasty. As a Buddhist, he believed he would be reincarnated again and again and again. He would effectively succeed himself. It was this Buddhist concept that he believed would provide the answer to maintaining his rule. However, when he died in 1651, his court was left with a major problem: finding the reincarnated Shabdrung in his new body.
His death wasn't made public for 50 years or whatever because of the fears of the risks of conflict over the succession. There was a dual system of temporal and spiritual authority, but the question of succession became increasingly fractious. Into the 19th century, Bhutan was in a condition of almost civil war for many, many years.
The Shabdrung's leadership in Bhutan continued to weaken. In contrast, the lords of the Dzongs would consolidate their own positions, growing in power throughout the 19th century. But it was the lords of the two greatest Dzongs who saw their chance: the lords of Paro in the west and the lords of Tongsa in the east, the Wang Chuks. It was during this time that the might of the British Empire turned its sights on this tiny kingdom. At the beginning of the 20th century, the British feared a Russian threat from the north and wanted to get to Tibet to establish an Anglo-Tibetan alliance.
Uggian Wongchuk, who became the first Wongchuk king, acted as an aide and an interpreter and a guide to the British as they invaded Tibet, or as the expeditionary force went into Tibet, gained the support and the favour of the British, was very well thought of by the British.
The Anglo-Tibetan Convention of 1904 was secured, and Uggian Wangchuk was knighted for his service to the empire. This further cemented his power, and he was able to put an end to the Shabdrung system of rule. He then took control of the civil administration of Bhutan. In 1907, an assembly of Buddhist monks and government officials gathered to establish a new absolute monarchy, with Uggian Wangchuk as its first hereditary king.
It is the wisdom of people that they came together in 1907 and they said, here is a man who's been tested through his family and through his service, his love for the nation and his bravery for protecting the country. So they elected him.
He was absolutely, I think he was a consummate diplomat. Yes, although he was often barefoot, he was a consummate diplomat.
And in a great gathering at Punakha in 1907, the Genja, the decree, the contract was agreed and signed by all the local rulers across Bhutan.
So this great Tongsa Zong became the seat of power, the focus of power for the beginning of monarchy.
The new king had won his throne by his strength as a political genius. But to truly govern his kingdom, he needed the devotion of the people, the sort of devotion they had for the Shabdrung lineage, the spiritual leaders. So in one deceptively simple move, he united the concept of God and king like his predecessors before him, literally by uniting the crown with the ultimate symbol of the Shabdrung's divinity, the raven.
The raven is a symbol of the Buddhist deity Mahakala. Ngawang Namgyal, the first Shabdrung, is supposed to have decided to leave Tibet and move to Bhutan when he saw a raven flying sort of portentously in that particular direction, hence the association of the raven with the Shabdrung with Bhutan. The Wongchuk kings wear a raven crown. So there's a coming together of the two lineages, which means that the possibility of a threat arising to the Wongchuks from the Shabdrung lineage is minimized by absorbing it symbolically.
The raven crown provided spiritual legitimacy to its rule, but he still had to subdue final rebellions from other Dzong lords. Uggian Wangchuk spent the next 20 years uniting Bhutan, until his death in 1926. He was succeeded by his son, Jigme Wangchuk. During his reign, Bhutan's Dzongs were brought under royal control once and for all. Bhutan was finally at peace, for now at least. The new king was free to set about winning the hearts and minds of his subjects. He did this by building new palaces in the kingdom, visiting them regularly to ensure he kept in touch with his people.
So this is Kungarabtan Palace, which was the winter palace of the second king. It was built in 1932 and lived in all the way through until the second king died in 1952. The king would come in grand procession from his main palace, hundreds of horses, hundreds of servants, descending down the hill, arriving here in the palace for the winter residence of the king and his queen. And the whole village would liven up.
Nebu Dorji was a young boy when the second king built his winter palace in the village. His annual residency was a party that involved the whole village.
민숫 큰 소리 나는 ting주먹을 lep시 물 차갑치는 캐데 그나 장어헐 저지바도 정정 까이왕종종 정정 lep시야 두 개는 담아 어한가 뭐 미나고 어한가 뭐두 개만 바로 띠르베장 바로 카사 바로 도마 요 고르냐도 짱 진이 어한가 뭐 둘탄 설탄 뭐지 브락
Their status as absolute rulers and their efforts to appeal to the people did not guarantee the security of the Wangchuk dynasty. The Bhutan royal family suffered from questions of legitimacy during the early years of rule, with the reincarnations of the various Shabdrungs posing a threat. It would prove the greatest challenge yet to the Dragon Throne, but it would also show just what the Wangchuks were capable of when its supremacy was threatened. In 1931, the monarchy of Bhutan had been ruling for just 24 years, but they were not the only group with an appetite for power in the Dragon Kingdom. Jigme Wangchuk had been on the throne for just 5 years when the threat of the reincarnated Shabdrung re-emerged. Jigme Dorji, the sixth Shabdrung, challenged the Wangchuk's right to rule.
There was an appeal made to Mahatma Gandhi in India by the then Shabdrung and his supporters to reinstate him to his former position. But in 1931, the upshot of this was that the Shabdrung was quietly done away with. The popular story has it using silk scarves. And this is actually recounted. This was always something that the Bhutanese sort of knew about but didn't speak of very much, or other kind of dark secret in the country's history, but it has actually been written about now by one of the queens in her biography of her father.
It was a bold act. They dealt with the challenge decisively in true Wangchuk fashion. And for the next 2 decades, the second king ruled peacefully. In 1952, he died, and his son, Jigme Dorji Wangchuk, ascended to the Dragon Throne. Like his father and grandfather before him, the third king was to face a huge crisis that threatened his throne. When China took over Tibet in 1951, communism was at Bhutan's door. To the Bhutanese, who worked on land they didn't own and had no rights to, communism seemed an attractive idea. The third king acted swiftly. He sided with his powerful neighbors to the south, and at home he initiated a series of reforms.
The king started reforms on a grand scale. He did the land reform, which was a huge thing. He took the land from the monk body, which was very rich, and then he redistributed also the land of the monk body. that was, I mean, agrarian reform is one of the boldest moves you can make.
The alliance with India provided support for Bhutan's planned economic development. Modern infrastructure like roads, communication systems were built, mostly funded by India. And in 1966, the third king made Thimphu the capital city of Bhutan.
So the third king who was ruling at the time is still seen universally as a very enlightened and far-sighted ruler who was perhaps ahead of demands for change in his own country.
The third king's modernization program helped prevent any plans China may have had to continue its expansion beyond the Himalayan ground. Once again, the King of Bhutan had secured his country's independence. In 1971, Bhutan was admitted to the United Nations. The UN membership further strengthened its sovereign status.
That was a seal which guaranteed the independence of Bhutan. But he didn't just stop there. As Bhutan became connected with the outside world, Bhutan would have to change inside as well. He instituted the National Assembly. He realized that people needed to be involved more in their own government. That was the very first step towards the constitutional democracy.
During Jigme Dorji Wangchuk's 20-year reign, Bhutan achieved significant progress. The third king was affectionately known as the father of modern Bhutan. He died young, at age 49. It put his son, Jigme Singye Wangchuk, on the dragon throne in 1972, at the age of just 17.
I mean, you imagine, he was 17. He was a kid playing football. And suddenly, he's a king. And from the start, the fourth king had been completely committed to Bhutan and its people, and to help Bhutan to change and modernize without giving up the uniqueness of the tradition and what makes Bhutan.
Bhutan hit the world headlines in 1972, when the fourth king introduced an unusual national policy. The country's wealth was not to be measured in money, but in gross national happiness. Gross national happiness is now part of Bhutan's brand. Political leaders who want to appear radical come to Bhutan, hoping that some of the political magic will rub off on them. Economists and planners the world over have attempted to formalize and measure gross national happiness and apply it outside Bhutan. It's a mantra that is as much mocked as it is worshipped. Bhutan's politicians have to fight hard to keep it meaningful and relevant to the country's progress.
We interpret happiness as not as pleasure, as it is widely interpreted, but as a much more profound sense of contentment, which lies inside. That's where you look inside. If you accept that, gross national happiness, therefore, becomes a responsibility of the government or a mandate of the state to create an environment where citizens can pursue happiness. That's, in essence, gross national happiness.
Bhutan had successfully sold an image of itself to the outside world as a Buddhist Eden, the land of happiness. But inside, it was facing an identity crisis about what it meant to be Bhutanese.
Bhutan is an ethnically very mixed country. There are three main ethnic groups and lots of minor ones. No one group has an absolute majority in terms of their numbers. The Ngalong are the people of the north and west of the country from which the king comes and most of the ruling class. The population along the southern border of the country is mainly of Nepali origin and are relatively recent immigrants. Probably came to the country between 1865 and 1930.
This ethnic mix had not been seen as a problem until a large population of Nepalese speakers from the south started to gain influence throughout Bhutanese society. In 1991, the king and his ministers immediately moved to try to preserve the specific culture and identity of Bhutan.
And suddenly, almost very quickly, over about a year, a whole lot of legislation came in about marriage, citizenship, land ownership, and then the wearing of Bhutanese national costume in official places.
Even today, school children wear the national dress. For men, it is the go. It goes back centuries as the formal attire of the Dragon Court. Bhutan's Drukpa heritage is part of its national identity, reinforced by the monarchy and the upper crust of Bhutanese society.
I think it was very, very important that His Majesty the Fourth King did this to inculcate into our youth and our future generations that, hey, we can't lose our culture to a gene culture. We must be Bhutanese, first and foremost. Irrespective of what part of the country you come from, we must all now think to be Bhutanese. To maintain your culture, respect your culture, your religion, your elders, respect for elders, but teachers. This are our Bhutanese Buddhist values. I think those are the value systems which keep us going.
Despite all these measures, it was still felt that the purity of Bhutanese culture and identity was under threat. Their answer was to hold the census. It defined how Bhutanese you were. If you weren't Bhutanese enough, you had to leave.
In 1988, the government of Bhutan conducted a census across the whole of the south, and a large number of people who had considered themselves to be full citizens with citizenship cards and so on became less secure in their minds about their right to remain in Bhutan.
And these directly targeted the Nepalese speakers in the south.
When this political tension erupted, large numbers of them were afraid, either because a member of their family had been arrested and they didn't know where they were, or because they were being harassed by security forces from the Bhutanese government who was telling them leave the country, and also because they were coming under severe pressure from their own kind to take part in demonstrations and activities against the Bhutanese government, and were being coerced with threats and, with violence from there. So people were caught in the middle.
In the 3 years after the census, the southern Nepalese began to flee to refugee camps in Nepal.
1991, 1992, and at the peak of this migration, around 600 people a day arrived in refugee camps in Nepal.
They brought with them their tales of torture, rape and violence by the Bhutanese authorities. At first, the international community gave little credence to these horror stories. They could not believe that Bhutan, the last Shangri-La, was capable of such violence. However, the sheer number of refugees involved meant the evidence was compelling. 1/6 of the population had been forced out of the country and into these camps. The world could no longer ignore these human rights abuses. The potential consequences for the Dragon Throne couldn't have been more serious. How was the king going to deflect this outrage and regain the support of the international community that his tiny kingdom relied on? Like his forefathers before him, he faced a grave crisis, and like them, he played a political masterstroke. The Himalayan kingdom of Bhutan counts itself blessed. Its people have enjoyed an unprecedented century of peace and stability, and they thank their monarchs, the 5 kings, for wise and clear-minded rule. Bhutan's guiding economic philosophy is world famous. It's called gross national happiness, and it puts an emphasis on the Buddhist principles of finding contentment without material pleasure. But the Kingdom of Thunder Dragon has found itself buffeted by many challenges in its 400-year history. Threats from its giant neighbors and internal division being just a few. In the last decades of the 20th century, it wasn't war or religion that shook Bhutan, but ethnic politics and global opinion. The enforced removal of the Nepali-speaking population had shocked the world. The king faced international condemnation. It also shone the spotlight on Bhutan's system of royal rule. Every day he sat on the throne as an absolute monarch, the Bhutan brand was being further damaged. But in typical Wongchuk fashion, he had a plan. In the background, he had been slowly modernizing Bhutan's political system. He would change the monarchy from absolute rulers to a constitutional monarchy, and so bring democracy to his people.
It's another example of the Wongchuk kings being very shrewd, seeing the way the wind is blowing, and taking a step, perhaps ahead of being forced to do so.
Throughout the 1990s, he strengthened the powers of the democratic organizations, and in 1998 even gave the cabinet the power to sack him. Strangely, the greatest obstacle to the introduction of democracy was the people themselves.
Discussions really boiled down to people saying, please, no. We asked two very important questions. Why? And the king's own answer really was that, this small, vulnerable country should not be left in the hands of one man, one person, who is chosen by birth, not by merit.
There can't be many places where the king has encouraged, almost you might say forced, but encouraged the people to accept democracy and to take power away from him. And there can be even fewer countries where the king or the ruler has actually traveled the country explaining all this to the people in order to give them time to get used to the concept.
In many countries in South Asia and other parts of the world, I think, interpret democracy as just electoral democracy, the facade, without the culture of democracy. And it's synonymous with political violence, with political corruption. So the people are saying, why? It was a genuine response, really, saying, why do we want that? Things are going well.
Bhutan was in shock. In the space of a year, a draft constitution had been published, promising freedom of thought and speech, creating a multi-party democracy, and even a mandatory retirement age for the king, 65.
It came as a terrible shock to the people. It was as if father had let go of the hand of the child and the child was not sure which way to move. It was a profound shock.
But there were more shocks to come. In 2005, just 6 months after the Constitution had been published, the fourth king made another announcement.
In 2005, during the National Day celebrations in December, the king gave his National Day speech and said that he would be stepping down and the crown prince would be made king. It was hard for us to believe that, believe such a moment. To me, when I think about it, it's like the father had achieved his destiny and the son was beginning his.
Within the space of a couple of years, the fourth king had brought in a new constitution, set in motion the first ever elections, and stepped down from his throne. It seemed his legacy to his son, Jigme Kesa Namgyel Wangchuk, was a new Bhutan for a new era. And as the former king placed the raven crown on his son's head, the whole country looked to the future.
It's very special. It's first of all 100 years of monarchy and the first coronation in my life, actually. That's why it's very special. First time in my life I'm seeing a king being crowned.
It's really wonderful to see a king or a leader so in touch with their people and so caring about their people.
Well, the king will always be special to us, no matter whether the government changes into a democracy or it's a monarchy. The king will always be special to Bhutanese people. Why? Because we love the king. That's the simple answer I can give.
Politically, it is a young country with a young king at its helm, only 28 years old. The fifth king faces a whole new set of challenges. Bhutan is taking its first steps towards embracing the 21st century. The first was to oversee the inaugural elections in Bhutan, with a population that approached democracy with suspicion.
People are a bit apprehensive because we have seen ourselves that democracy, of course, is not the best form of government. It just basically, I think, broadens your choice of governance, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee prosperity. It doesn't necessarily guarantee, happiness.
It's a democracy in the sense that people vote. It's not a full democracy in the sense that when they vote, they can only really vote for two parties. And when we look at the leadership of the parties, they're clearly people still who are close to the royal family and the palace.
So the dirty business of politics is left to others. The introduction of the democratic system was carefully managed by the fourth king in order to maintain the revered status of the monarchy and the relevance of the king's position in today's world.
I think in terms of providing emotional and psychological security to the people in times when even Bhutanese democracy may go through upheavals, I think the king will play a very important role, as he does even now. But at the same time, the king, does not interfere in the direct governance of the country. But he is there. He will always be there, a presence that will also ensure that those who are in power conduct themselves well in the larger interest of the people. I think he will always be the most powerful moral, ethical force in the country.
It is one thing to love your country.
Jigme Kesa Namgyel Wangchuk has huge shoes to fill and an extraordinary legacy to live up to.
Now, we've worked very hard, and today we can proudly say that the system that we've built, the unique and profound constitution that we've drafted, are as strong and as sound as possible. We are off to a very good start. Our democracy...
It is a time of transition for the monarchy. Its future will very much depend on the young and untested king.
The ideals of democracy.
I think the essence of Bhutanese monarchy itself will not change, because it's the relationship between the king and the people. The king bestows his kindness on the people, people submit their loyalty to the king. And that is what we call the Bhutanese system. What has happened here is that simultaneously, at the same time, the king is not head of government, meaning he doesn't do the day-to-day planning of roads, schools, hospitals, and he's actually brought in a system, called a democratic government, a system including parliament and the judiciary and all that, to actually perform that part of governance. And whereas the king is there, still very much there, in touch with the people. So the king's strength actually still comes from the will of the people, love of the people.
In village Bhutan, where most of the population lives, the earthquake of democracy has made little impact. Life goes on as usual, and the consensus is that if the king wants democracy, then who are the people to argue? And in the temples around Bhutan, the monks go about their daily business much as before, administering to the spiritual needs of the people. And Thimphu's increasingly affluent and educated middle classes still enjoy a day out at the shrines and temples on the city's outskirts. Bhutan's culture is a village culture, and its monarchy is part of the everyday life of the village.
I think one thing to appreciate, this is quite a small country with quite a small population. It's almost true to say everybody knows everybody else. Now, this makes it a family. And I think if one lives here or stays a long time here, you become acutely aware of how much a family it is. Well now, as king, your father, you have a duty to the people, rather like the duty of a father to his children. And because it's a small country with a very family atmosphere, that sort of familial duty is very much reinforced.
The close ties between the royal family and the people can be seen in the sports they play. The sport of kings, archery, is practiced by Bhutanese subjects with the same enthusiasm as their ruler. Village culture, Buddhist faith, deference for the king. For now, these values still hold sway over the people. The impact of the modern world through tourists, television, and the internet will surely change Bhutan in some ways. But how it has changed is up to the people themselves, not just the Dragon King.
It's not one man. It's the whole country. It's the women, the family system, which will carry the country. It will be the family, the unit of the family, which will maintain our culture.
Over the last century, the Wangchuk dynasty has been ahead of their people, leading them forwards.
Leaders see the present, great leaders see the future. And Bhutan has been lucky in that sense, and that's why Bhutan has survived through the ages.
For Bhutan to continue its survival, the new king will have to demonstrate his political acumen and farsightedness, much like his predecessors. The fifth king will no doubt face both old and new challenges. His ability to handle them will contribute to the success of the monarchy.
I want you to love your country in the most intelligent manner. You must always keep in mind that it is one thing to love your country, it is quite another to love it intelligently.
Royal families appear an anachronism, relics from ancient times. Yet they still have a grip on their subjects, an aura that can't be replicated by mere politicians, as much as they may try. Nowhere is this more true than Cambodia, where the majesty and splendor of the great Angkorian kings still weighs heavily on modern leaders.
They are the symbol of the nation. Without symbol, it's like a human being do not have heart.
King worship has been and remains the foundation of the modern Cambodian state. Recently, Cambodia has been dominated by the figure of one man, Norodom Sihanouk, a man whose career path reads like a work of fiction. King, then prince, prime minister, then film director, king again, and now king father.
When you're in power for too long, you become corrupt. You become a dictator.
Now, corruption and human rights abuses have become so endemic to Cambodia, it threatens to undermine the rebirth of a country that was once the greatest civilization in Southeast Asia. Monarchy in Cambodia has lasted more than 1,000 years. It has survived against the greatest of odds, from foreign invasions to colonialism, coup d'etats to communist revolution. Legend has it that Cambodia was formed by the marriage of an Indian Brahmin and a Cambodian princess, whose father was a dragon king. The Brahmin shot a magical arrow into the princess's boat that so frightened her she agreed to marry him. The Dragon King then drained the waterlogged kingdom as a wedding gift and named it Kampuchea. The kings of Cambodia can trace their origins to this mythical pair, and the influence of India and foreigners in general on the course of Cambodia's history was established. The idea that the king was related to God and only they could decide for the good of the people developed from those ancient times.
ប្រជាជនឬក៏ប្រជាពលរដ្ឋដែលនៅក្នុងសម័យកាលនោះគិតថាព្រះរាជាគឺជាក្សត្រដោយសារតែឥទ្ធិពលនៃអ្វីមួយដែលហៅថាចក្រភពហើយរឿងនោះគឺតាក់ទងមកពីក្លងតែម្ដងគឺគេគិតថាព្រះមហាក្សត្រនោះលោកគឺជាអាទិទេពមួយប៉ុន្តែមិនមែនអាទិទេពដែលនៅលើមេឃនោះទេតែជាអាទិទេពដែលនៅលើដី
Kings were worshipped as fathers of the nation, providing security and prosperity. During the great Angkorian civilization that lasted from the 9th to the 15th century, this devotion to the kings was so strong, people gave their lives to building and carving the magnificent temples that still exist today. This paternalism continued right into the 20th century, when King Sihanouk won independence from the French and called himself the father of the nation.
ព្រះបាទនរោត្តមសីហនុព្រះបិតាជាតិបាទដែលខ្មែរចាត់ទុកថាជាមិត្តរូបជាតិហ្នឹងលោកទ្រង់ស្វែងយល់ណាស់អ្វីដែលជាសេរីភាពអ្វីដែលអធិបតេយ្យជាតិអ្វីដែលជាបូរទឹកដីហើយលោកជាអ្នកការពារអ្វីដែលគេថាសាសនាណាបាទបានយើងដឹងហើយបាទគេថាបាវនារបស់ប្រទេសយើងគេថាជាតិសាសនាមក្សត្រមិនអាចគេថាវាបែងចែកដាច់គ្នាទេ
Sihanouk was ousted from power by a coup d'etat in 1970 that eventually gave way to the barbaric Khmer Rouge. Since the 1980s, politics in Cambodia has been dominated by the figure of one man, former Khmer Rouge commander Hun Sen. Cambodia now holds elections and has reverted to a constitutional monarchy under Sihanouk's son, Sihamoni. But a culture of corruption, especially amongst the armed forces and police, has been allowed to develop in recent years, something Prime Minister Hun Sen has promised to tackle.
Corruption is the major issue in this country. You can see that every report come out from the UN or from any research or international organization that is dealing with corruption. Cambodia will be the worst place on earth.
Cambodia ranked almost at the bottom in Transparency International's 2009 Corruption Perception Index. Politicians hoped for a better future whilst living with the nightmare of the Khmer Rouge.
For us, it's not exactly what we dreamt of when we were stranded on the refugees camp on the Thai border and Cambodian border. We thought that we could, with a new start, have a democracy. At least the people will be free to talk. I know that maybe peace and stability is at that price, but at least they should strike a balance.
2004 was a turning point in Cambodia's history. After 60 years, the overwhelming presence of Sihanouk suddenly disappeared, and Prime Minister Hun Sen moved quickly to fill the void. Sihanouk's son, Sihamoni, continues as a living connection to the god kings of Angkor Wat and the hundreds of temples that still exist today. Angkor Wat even graces the country's flag. Cambodia's entire identity revolves around king worship, derived from that ancient and glorious civilization. For the last 1,000 years, Cambodians have worshipped their kings as representatives of God. But there's controversy as to whether or not the kings were seen as directly descended from heaven.
I think most scholars these days would accept the argument that it was not that the king was himself a deity, but that the king represented some of the spiritual potency of a particular deity, that the king was sacred in certain ways, and that particularly dead rulers and dead royal family members might be represented as deities in the temples.
In Cambodia concept, the king represents the god. We call the right that the Brahmanism have taught us and we conduct, we call Devaraja. The Devaraja can transform the king to be as a god.
Brahmanism was the concept of king worship imported from India. The Devaraja was a ceremony of god worship that only the king could perform.
Cô thác anh ấy chụp phim chân cái tha dương dul cái tha bập thoa khmai thật dul cái tha lơ môn than pi môn than tí muối cái tha khuyên bập thoa môn khmai tí pi tí cái tha bập thoa India cá room sòng va rồi viên bập thoa pi nấm thôi khmai mi lệ khana bập thoa muối đau phi sai.
In the year 802, this fusing of cultures gave birth to the first king of Cambodia, Jayavarman II, who laid the foundations for a thriving civilization that was to last for 700 years.
ជាស្ដេចចក្រភពមួយដែលល្អនោះដែលជាការចាប់ផ្ដើមកំណើតនៃសម័យអង្គរនោះគឺដោយសារលោកត្រឡប់មកស្រុកខ្មែរហើយលោកធ្វើការបង្រួបបង្រួមជាតិលោកយាងទៅកាន់ភ្នំគូលែនដែលលោកបានបង្កើតទីក្រុងមួយឈ្មោះហៅថាមហេന്ദ്រពុរៈដែលជាក្រុងមហាព្រះឥន្ទនោះ
Jayavarman II and his subjects built their first city in the Kulen Mountains, 45 kilometers from Angkor Wat. The fact that it's one of the highest points in the country is no coincidence.
The mountain is important to our people, to our Brahmanism, because we need the temple represent the mountain. So we build the temple as a mountain, and we locate the god on the top of the mountain.
Every king that followed Jayavarman II wanted to build on his success, to build bigger, grander temples to honor Jayavarman as the founder of the kingdom. Each king would demonstrate his divinity by controlling nature, as the gods did, by digging reservoirs and irrigation channels. For this, the king expected complete subservience from his subjects, and a pattern of authoritarianism was established in the country that continues to the present day. People worked tirelessly in the name of the king and God. These were vast enterprises, similar in scale to those of ancient Egypt and the Mayan and Aztec civilizations of Central America.
People have to use their own labor to work for the nation, not only for the God, but for their own obligation. So people pay the tax, but not really money that we used to say in our present day, but we use our labor to work for the people, to work for the nation, and work for the king, finally, work for the God.
This grandiose temple building culminated in the magnificent Angkor Wat, a 12th century temple dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu and built under the reign of King Suryavarman II. It's estimated over 300,000 people worked on the temple, which took over 40 years to complete. Every temple built was a catalogue of the world of the gods and the kings, a documentation of their wondrous exploits. Nowhere is this more evident than at Angkor, where the bas reliefs of the temple are lined with depictions of battle and the celestial apsaras, women who danced for the pleasure of the king and his courtiers. This tradition has been kept alive in modern-day Cambodia, although now the apsaras dance for tourists as well as kings. As Buddhism took hold in the country from the 13th century, Cambodia's kings began to be seen as representatives of Buddha and not Shiva, Vishnu or Brahma from Hindu beliefs. The first cousin of Suryavarman II, Jayavarman VII, has become known as the greatest of all the Angkor kings and was thought to be the first Buddhist king. His temple building was on an impossibly grandiose scale and can be seen as a direct response to the invasion of the Champa Empire from present-day Vietnam in 1177. Jayavarman VII mobilized his subjects to defeat the Champas and embarked on the largest program of public works Cambodia has ever known. King worship was at its height.
លោកបានគិតថាអ្វីដែលជាជំងឺរបស់រាស្ត្រនោះគឺជាជំងឺរបស់ព្រះមហាក្សត្រ
The Angkorian civilization was at its most majestic, and the extraordinary number of temples and roads, bridges and schools were testament to it.
តាមប្រវត្តិបាទព្រះអង្គការរបស់ព្រះបាទទី7គឺថាលោកសូមឲ្យខ្មែរបាទចំនួនលោកថារក្សាអ្វីលោកបានធ្វើហ្នឹងសមិទ្ធផលលោកបានសាងសង់ហ្នឹងព្រោះថាលោកធ្វើណាមិនមែនសម្រាប់លោកទេគឺថាសម្រាប់គឺថារបស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែរមិនគ្រាន់តែតំណាងនៅគឺថាមូលប្រជាទេក៏ប៉ុន្តែតំណាងនៅភាពរុងរឿងហើយលើសទៀតគឺថានិរន្តរភាពនៃវប្បធម៌អរិយធម៌ខ្មែរ
Jayavarman's own state temple was the incredible Bayon, a multi-faced building of ascending peaks, each with a face on its four sides. Some believe that these are depictions of Jayavarman himself. The grandeur of the Angkorian civilization and the reverence of its kings started to decline after Jayavarman VII. War between its neighbors in present-day Thailand and Vietnam would come to dominate Cambodia until the arrival of the French at the end of the 19th century. In Angkor, the irrigation system broke down and the capital was moved to Phnom Penh.
ចេះតែចុះទឹងខ្សោយម្ដងទីម្ដងដោយសារកត្តាប្រមាណបានលើកនឹងសារសង្គ្រាមស្ថានភាពការបំភ្លេចបំផ្លាញនៅរាល់ហេដ្ឋារចនាសម្ព័ន្ធទាំងអស់បាទហើយអ្នកចេះដឹងខ្មែរក៏ចុះទឹងខ្សោយដែរត្រូវគេចាប់ឆ្លងសង្គ្រាមបំភ្លេចបំផ្លាញកំពីពួងខ្នាតក៏ប៉ុន្តែចង់មិនចង់គឺថារូបភាពរបស់ស្ដេចខ្មែរនៅតែថិតថេរជានិច្ចក្នុងគឺថាមនុស្សឆ្នាំរបស់ខ្មែរនៅតែស្រឡាញ់ The
dominance of Thailand and Vietnam over Cambodia meant Cambodia's kings were often living in exile or confined to the royal palace. Foreign invaders dominated the royal family and would often appoint the king themselves. Cambodia was in danger of losing its kings and its entire territory. It was only the might of France that saved them.
For more than 200 years, the Cambodian crown bounces back and forth between a pro-Vietnamese faction and pro-Thai faction. So almost every single ruler in the 17th and 18th and really through the 19th centuries was linked more to one side or the other. And so as soon as you get a ruler who's been put on the throne with support from one side, then you've got another faction that's getting ready to throw them over.
In 1857, the French arrived in Cambodia, and it was their intervention that finally put an end to the rivalry between Thailand and Vietnam for Cambodian territory.
We called the French to our rescue because we were, as you know, from end of 16th century, it was the Siamese attack, and then beginning of 17th century, it was the Vietnamese. So at the end, when the French arrived, Cambodia was reduced to a small territory.
The French protection can be both good and bad. If no French, I believe that we have no Cambodia today.
In 1863, Cambodia became a French protectorate, and at the beginning, this was a bilateral relationship. The following year, the Cambodian throne was granted to King Norodom, and the French allowed him to reign, realizing they could use him to help control the population. The French slowly chipped away at his powers, helped by Norodom's addiction to opium. He was powerless to stop his colonial minders.
When France became a republic in 1886, I think, and then they forced the king to sign a treaty. They bring in, they call cannoneer, in front of the present royal palace. At night time, they invade the palace and force the king to sign an agreement to let the French rule the country.
French come to protect us, protect our land. But inside of our land that you asked me to say, they come to exploit us too.
King Norodom died in 1904, bitter that although the French were helping Cambodia modernize and develop, they were also bleeding the country dry. The French romanticized Cambodia above all their other colonies in Indochina. To them, it was a special place which gave them little trouble and a great deal of resources. Norodom had complied with the French purely to ensure his own and his dynasty's survival. Norodom's half-brother Sisowath took over, someone altogether more sympathetic and sycophantic to the French. Cambodia had become a fully fledged colony. The days of a protectorate were over, and authoritarianism became once more the system by which Cambodians were governed. Sisowath died in 1927, by which point the French were firmly in control. Whilst neighboring Vietnam pushed for independence, the French viewed Cambodians as docile, easygoing people. Managing the kings was the least of their concerns. In 1941, the French decided to unite the Norodom and Sisowath branches of the royal family, appointing an unknown 19-year-old who was related to both lines, Norodom Sihanouk.
They believe that since he's young, it's easy to control him, but they make a mistake because he's was a lot of problem.
I think they have a wrong perception. He said, oh, his prince is very young, his personality is more attractive by women and music and, a rising horse. He gets some ideas already about how to bring Cambodia to reach independence. French Marshal, I said that Prince Sihanouk is a crazy, but he's a genius crazy boy. This young prince has some vision about his kingdom.
The French had appointed someone who would become a nationalist hero and who would dominate political life in the country for the next 50 years. Post-World War II, the French filtered back into Cambodia after the defeat of the occupying Japanese forces. elections were held for the first time, and the Democratic Party drafted a new constitution that estranged King Sihanouk from the political process. This enraged the young king. Sihanouk began a long process of gaining the people's support and opposing French rule.
The French granted the country a new constitution in which constitutional monarchy was adopted and implemented. But even so, given the personality of Norodom Sihanouk, he did dominate the political scene.
Sihanouk refused to accept the limitations of a constitutional monarchy. With French support, he dissolved the National Assembly. Then, in 1955, with the French preoccupied by events across the border in Vietnam, they finally granted Cambodia its independence.
He went to the countryside. He worked for the people. He wanted to take action in order to follow up the king from the Angkor time. Work with the people in order to gain more power from the people, like Jayavarman VII.
In 1955, in just 1 year, Sihanouk persuaded the French to leave, proclaimed independence, abdicated, formed his own political party, and won office as Prime Minister. It signaled his monopolization of power. The cult of personality, first started by the kings of Angkor, was back in vogue.
Sihanouk, of course, has always felt that he knew best for Cambodia. And so when you had elections, when you had a political process, it was always meant, if it did not produce the results that he thought were best, then he would try to nullify it. I mean, that was fundamentally his view.
People consider King Sihanouk as the father of the independence. I think he's helped this part of the historical, event without spend any bloodshed between French and Cambodia.
During the 1955 elections, ballot boxes were reported missing. Opposition leaders allegedly harassed, critical newspapers shut down. It was a model of authoritarian politics that continues in Cambodia today. However, Sihanouk was genuinely popular, and Cambodia became relatively well off.
1964-65, at that time, we are richer than Singapore. So this is why he became very popular among Khmer people.
In the 1960s, events taking place in neighboring countries threatened Cambodia's stability. Sihanouk boldly declared Cambodia neutral in the Cold War, but it teetered on the brink of communism as the influence of China and North Vietnam grew.
I think Americans accuse him of being the Red Prince, but he has to work for the interests of Cambodia, not for the interests of either camp, the communists or the U.S.
The fate of our homeland, they don't mind about it. They are more patriots for dollars than for Cambodia.
In 1963, Sihanouk took the bold step of cutting off American economic assistance, thereby allying himself in their minds with the communist side.
Whenever you see discussion of Sihanouk, you always see the word mercurial, right? I mean, it's always used to refer to, and he was. Everybody, even the most sympathetic observers of Sihanouk's time in power, have to recognize that this very, very strong personalizing of any perceived insult, any perceived slight, that this really, this made a lot of his policy stance very problematic.
Sihanouk managed to maintain good relations with Cambodia's former occupiers. And in 1966, French President Charles de Gaulle honored Sihanouk with a state visit to Cambodia.
He wanted to see himself as a statesman, as someone that was going to be respected and be able to kind of play with the big boys. But he did not have the temperament for that. He didn't have the sort of self-restraint for that. And so that meant that after a certain point, I think fewer and fewer people really took him seriously.
Sihanouk became increasingly vain and bored with politics. And in a bizarre career move for a former king and current prime minister, decided to throw all his energy into directing and starring in his own feature films.
I used to read international press. Some articles will mention Sihanouk by name, or sometimes they call him a playboy. I was not sure at that time what is a playboy is all about. I was confusing that a playboy may be a boy that likes to play with many things.
And while Sihanouk was playing at being a movie star, by the end of the 1960s, the Vietnam War was threatening to spill into Cambodia.
Americans were in trouble in Vietnam, and Cambodia was supportive of the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. So the Americans had to do something to ensure that Cambodia stopped supporting the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. So they had to overthrow Norodom Sihanouk.
In March 1970, while Sihanouk was traveling abroad, military commander Lon Nol staged a coup d'etat against the government. Many, including Sihanouk himself, believed that the coup was sponsored by the CIA.
The Lon Nol they were very ambitious. Lon Nol wanted to replace me as a head of state, and the Lon Nol since they were very corrupted, they wanted to be more corrupted without being disturbed by the blames from Sihanouk, etc., etc. So they decided together, Lon Nol, Serimata, Nixon and Kissinger, to wipe me out.
I don't think General Lon Nol would do anything without any U.S. backing. I know that some U.S. diplomats told me that they were not aware. I may believe them because there are so many centers of powers in the U.S. I mean, the State Department may not know what the CIA was doing or the FBI are doing.
While Sihanouk and his father, the nominal king, took refuge in China, American warplanes dropped 100,000 tons of bombs onto Cambodia in the hope of wiping out the Viet Cong activities in the country. It was a brutal, illegal campaign, sanctioned by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Sihanouk was desperate to return to power and allied himself with a growing band of communists who were taking over the Cambodian countryside, the Khmer Rouge. In 1973, he even wore their trademark scarf on a secret visit to their training camps to garner support.
The people supported the Khmer Rouge because of him. It was a common struggle. He did not call the Khmer Rouge to join him. He called for all the Cambodians to join his struggle against what they called at the time the imperialist Americans.
They were accusing our former king as part of the reason why the Khmer Rouge came to power in the first place. Without Sihanouk's support, this killing field would not ever happen.
Sihanouk believed that if the Khmer Rouge were able to seize power, he would be reinstalled as king. This proved to be without foundation. On April 17, 1975, the Khmer Rouge invaded Phnom Penh.
I was playing soccer with other kids, and there were a lot of people running to the street and say, the Khmer Rouge came in, the Khmer Rouge came in. I saw the first time the tank came into the circle, and a lot of I saw some kids on the tank with black clothes, and they were frown faces, but they have guns.
On the day of 17 April 1975, I was in Phnom Penh. I have seen a lot of Khmer Rouge enter Phnom Penh. They told my family by loudspeaker, could you please go to countryside only 3 days and you can come back after 3 days? You cannot stay in Phnom Penh because there will be immediately U.S. aircraft will come to drop bomb. Not 3 days, more than 3 years, nearly 4 years.
The Khmer Rouge declared Cambodia had entered year zero, and that 2,000 years of history had ended. So had money, markets, education, religion, books, and property. It was arguably the most radical, ill-conceived communist revolution in human history. Having previously courted the Khmer Rouge's support, Sihanouk found himself betrayed.
He was arrested in the royal palace. Phnom Penh at that time, no people, no crowded. So he cannot see anything. About the people in the countryside, he cannot view at all.
For many Cambodians, the suffering and horror of the labor camps in the countryside lives on today.
I miss my childhood. You know, I grew up during the war times. I never been a kid. I never had a toy to play with. I never have a real family. I don't have fathers, many sister, aunt, and uncle to call. Right now, when you look around, the growing of new society, people have their family. So it's upsetting.
I was very close few times to having a really bad dream, and I don't know what to do with it. I got up in the middle of my dream and I literally choked twice in my life, and I was very close to choke myself to death.
They accused my sister of eating the stolen food from the dead body of her own husband. So to prove that she did it, they took her to hospital and performed the operation, cut her stomach open, and she died.
The Khmer Rouge are thought to have killed almost 2 million people, 20% of the Cambodian population. It was genocide on a massive scale.
Same the movie killing film document history good movie killing film. It is true. Okay. This is a bone. The victim that died here. The teeth of the victim here. Oh, maybe the calling the girl, the young. This one. Very sad. Bad man. My father, my uncle died. My sister by starvation of food. I got this sad. To the Cambodian people, my family is angry people. No, cannot forget.
In 1979, the Khmer Rouge sent Sihanouk to Beijing as their ambassador. The Vietnamese invaded Cambodia in order to oust the Khmer Rouge, who fled to the countryside. Sihanouk was to remain in China for the next 12 years, waiting for his people to embrace him as their leader again. Most Cambodians welcomed the Vietnamese forces with open arms as a relief from the horrors of a genocidal regime. Millions of people returned from the refugee camps across the Thai border. They hoped for a new beginning, but what they found was a country on its knees. the Khmer Rouge had devastated the rural economy. The rice harvest had failed, and the people and army left starving. Exiled in China, Sihanouk refused to negotiate with the Vietnamese invaders, people he had previously considered allies.
You do have this very clear sense that the Vietnamese betrayed the Cambodians by invading and doing all of these things, however justified that invasion might have been. And I think he did have a feeling that the old sort of camaraderie which he had enjoyed with the Vietnamese leaders back in the early 70s, that was gone.
The Vietnamese installed a young former Khmer Rouge commander as prime minister. Hun Sen has remained in power to this day. The Vietnamese finally left Cambodia in 1989. Sihanouk returned to his country in 1991. After years of devastation and war, he was seen as the only way to unify the country. Monarchy was a bridge to a history that had been lost for more than 2 decades. After a period of reconciliation managed by Sihanouk and the United Nations, elections were called in 1993.
It was a turning point in 1993. Sihanouk could have been president of Cambodia, and he would have had much power, but he made a mistake because of personal reasons, family reasons. He missed an opportunity to make a real comeback to the political scene.
Sihanouk considered running for office under his own royalist party, Funsipek. In the end, he let his son, Prince Ranariddh, stand. It was to be the beginning of the end of Sihanouk's long dominance of Cambodian political life.
After the very clear unifying role that he played, I think he legitimately expected that he was going to probably at least dominate the political scene. I think it is possible that he underestimated Hun Sen.
He was, for some reason, hoping that Funsipek, which was at the time led by one of his sons, would give him a power or would support him after the election to bring him to be the leader of the country. But it was a struggle between himself and his son.
Many wanted Sihanouk to run for president, but his own son blocked the move.
Sihanouk is so unique, with such a character, being so charismatic. He would have done great things for the country. He would not allow the country to go down the drain as it has.
The elections of 1993 were considered free and fair, and it was decided that Cambodia would have not one, but 2 prime ministers, Hun Sen and Prince Ranariddh, and that the country would return to a constitutional monarchy under the unifying influence of Norodom Sihanouk.
The decision made at that time to return the monarchy to Cambodia would be the best choice for the country. Cambodia is a very fragile nation. Even we have a monarchy, it's not a strong institution in this country. It makes people feel a bit better that we are on the right track and we are not going to kill each other.
However, Prince Ranariddh and Hun Sen proved awkward bedfellows. Their own armies became involved in open conflict. To compound this, the Khmer Rouge was still active and laying hundreds of thousands of mines in the countryside. Cambodia was once again in turmoil. Throughout the 1990s, King Sihanouk's influence waned, while Prime Minister Hun Sen's power grew.
He was unhappy for so many years. You will see that from 93 on, you will heard from time to time, he put up the statement critical of government and always compare the regime or the government to the past. Until one time, our prime minister was able to find a way to shut him up. I will not describe what the Prime Minister said, but he did a good job.
Hun Sen followed a model of rule that began with the Angkorian kings and was developed by Sihanouk.
I won't stop. I won't stop if ASEAN continue interfering into internal affairs of the nation.
Elections take place, but voters are allegedly coerced into voting for Hun Sen's People's Party. Opponents are said to have been undermined and tortured. Cambodia had finally found peace under a monarchy again, but it's peace at a price.
History will tell that when you do not have freedom of expression, when your opponent was scared that cannot live in society, you have to take refuge in the forest and to organize a struggle against you, then you have only one party system, no freedom of expression. Then what do you call that kind of system?
I accept to have some restrictions on freedom in exchange for a strong monarchy that defends national interests. But if the monarchy is symbolic, totally powerless, something that is used to endorse a dictatorship, so this is a big disappointment.
Whilst Hun Sen consolidated his power, in 2004, Sihanouk surprised everyone by suddenly abdicating in favor of his second son, Sihamoni, someone untainted by the corrupt politics of the country. He was a ballet dancer based in Prague and was somewhat surprised to get the call to the throne. It was a shock to the nation. Sihanouk hadn't warned anyone of his decision. It seemed like an instinctive move by someone who'd only thought of his own grip on power before, but was now thinking of his country's future.
When he abdicated, he had thought thoroughly that that is the best solution, because after him, he would not know what would happen. So he has to secure for this peace and stability a kind of a smooth transition from him. I mean, it's difficult to succeed him because he's still for the people the God King.
2004 marked a turning point in Cambodia's history, the beginning of a future without Sihanouk. However, the past inhabits the present like a bad dream. The country desperately needs closure. It has suffered so much, particularly under the brutal Khmer Rouge, and the scars still fester with those who survived. In 2009, leaders of the hated Khmer Rouge stood trial to bring an end to the worst chapter in Cambodia's long history.
The trial provides a foundation to the Cambodia to build upon, to move on and to decide their own future. It's a process and the final judgment of the crime committed overall by the Khmer Rouge. And from there, Cambodians will have to decide what to do with this. They might want to have a truth commission, they might want to have this report, they want to have Buddhist event to cremate all the bones, they might want to have a big parade, they might want to have recognition in every provincial town with a plaque, say that how many people have died.
Cambodia is finally coming to terms with its history. From the grandeur of Angkor to the maneuverings of Sihanouk, there's been an innate feeling of greatness amongst the Khmer people. based on the majesty of their kings.
Cambodian people have been through many generations. You talking about communists, you talking about royalists, you talking about republic, we've been through all. So our people enough to experience about this. What the concern is only they want peace.
The horrors of the past, a lack of good governance and corruption, have left Cambodia disastrously poor at the start of the 21st century. But it is a nation that's back on its feet, with pride, grace and humor, united under the figure of their beloved king.
ខ្ញុំថារបបរាជនិយមនៅតែមានជីវិតរស់រានបាទខ្ញុំក៏ថាទឹកចិត្តរបស់កូនខ្មែរចង់មិនចង់គឺថារាជខ្មែរក្នុងពេលឥឡូវនេះឆ្នាំ2009ខ្មែរនៅត្រូវការរបបរាជនិយមជាជំទល់ជាឆ្អឹងជំនីជាត្រីវិស័យបាទជាអត្តសញ្ញាណជាតិមិនទាន់គឺថាមិនទាន់ហួសសម័យទេប្រាប់គាត់
In Nepal, the monarchy was ousted from power after 250 years of rule and replaced by an uneasy republic. Deposed and humiliated, the former king can still inspire devotion among many of the people. The story of the Shahs is one of murder, intrigue, genius and madness, overshadowed by an ancient family curse. And the final act in this blood-soaked drama was the assassination of the king and queen by their son, the heir to the throne. The history of the Shahs is the history of Nepal, and one that still divides the nation to this day. To visitors, Nepal is a ravishingly beautiful mountain land of temples and religious devotion where Hinduism and Buddhism have coexisted peacefully for hundreds of years. This is the most ethnically diverse country in Asia, where dozens of cultures have lived in harmony for centuries. But this harmony has never been reflected in the history of its royal family. Nepal's royal drama centers around the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu, the cradle of power and the focus of the country's politics. Despite the recent overthrow of the monarchy, the question of its possible return is one that dominates public debate. Monarchists and anti-monarchists vie with each other under an unstable government.
We have to slaughter king. I have already told you, we have to slaughter king.
But on the streets of Kathmandu, the people still turn out in thousands to celebrate the birthday of the last king of Nepal, Gyanendra.
From my heart, I support my king, and he lives long life.
The story of Nepal and the Shahs is one of a struggle for unity and harmony. From the founder, Prithvi Narayan Shah, right through to today, the Shah rule has been characterized by ever-repeating cycles of violence. Prithvi Narayan Shah was a great warrior chieftain who unified Nepal and founded the royal dynasty of the Shahs. Rajendra Shah was mentally ill and his reign saw the descent of the Shahs into factionalism and the first mass murder in Nepal's royal drama. Tribhuvan Shah brought the monarchy back to prominence after almost a century of obscurity as mere puppet kings. Mahendra Shah dabbled in politics and tried to regain absolute power, returning his family to factionalism and infighting. Birendra Shah tried to modernize the monarchy and usher in democracy, and paid with his life. As fractured as its history may be, there's always been one unifying force in Nepal: its religion, Hinduism. Kathmandu, the sprawling capital, sits in the mountain basin high in the foothills of the Himalayas. Its many temples and statues to the gods are as relevant today as they've always been. On Hindu festival days, the whole city stops to pray and to purify, and to party on the streets.
This festival in Nepali is known as the Janai Purnima. This particular locale is associated with Hindu god Shiva. It's a temple called Kumbheshwar. Not only is it sacred to Hindus, but local shamans who belong to the Tamang community, for them also this is a very important festival. So you see a lot of shamans, beating the drums and dancing around. They first take a bath in the pond here, cleanse themselves, and go to a temple, which is a Shiva temple nearby, to basically pay homage to Lord Shiva. So what this does is it blends local varieties of religion together with Hinduism.
The focus of public devotion on these festivals used to be twofold. First was always the Kumari, a young girl revered as a living goddess. The second was the royal family themselves as keepers of the Hindu flame. And the Shahs were always careful to merge the religious and royal devotions of their people, enforcing the image of themselves as semi-divine beings. But what is particularly interesting is their choice of a personal family deity, Kali, a vengeful goddess who demands blood sacrifices from her followers. And the Shahs were to pay the ultimate sacrifice.
I remember getting calls from my relatives that, have you heard, have you heard, have you heard? We're hearing, the gunfires in the palace.
In one terrible night in 2001, Nepal made world headlines with the murder of almost the entire royal family by their heir to the throne, Crown Prince Dipendra. At a Friday night family party, a heavily armed Dipendra shot his father, King Birendra, his mother, brother, sister, and 5 other members of his close family, before finally turning his gun on himself.
It was a shock. It was a shock, because one could not expect that such a horrendous act can be enacted.
Worshipped as semi-gods throughout their history, the all-too-human nature of the Shahs had been revealed.
He is not a god. I tell you, he is not a god. If he was a god, this would not happen.
If the Shahs weren't gods themselves, then perhaps they were subject to the will of a real god. To many in Nepal, a land where myth and legend are part of the fabric of everyday life, the royal massacre is simply the fulfillment of an ancient curse laid upon the founder of the Shah dynasty, Prithvi Narayan Shah. Legend has it that Shah was walking through the forest one day when he encountered an old wise man. In fact, the venerated saint Gorakhnath in disguise. Dutifully, Shah offered the man a bowl of curd to show his respect. The old man drank it all and then regurgitated it back into the bowl. He asked Shah to drink it to show his devotion. Repulsed, Shah dashed the bowl to the ground, where the foul liquid covered his feet, Goraknath then cursed him, saying that his dynasty will only last the number of generations that he had toes, 10. The 11th king would be the last. Throughout its history, the curse has overshadowed the House of Shah. But would it really come true? Nepal's monarchy may be no more, but they are still national heroes to its people. Here in Kathmandu, statues in their honor dominate the streets and buildings. But the story of the Shahs begins more than 100 miles away from Kathmandu, here in Gorkha. This was the birthplace of Prithvi Narayan Shah, the young man who would be king. It was a humble beginning for the man who was to create Nepal and found its ruling dynasty.
During Prithvi Narayan's younger years, he would have lived in comparatively humble circumstances with not a lot of money or resources to play with, and an area that was not rich in agriculture.
Gorkha alone could never satisfy the ambitions of this young man. He wanted to rule over a far greater kingdom.
So what he is said to have done is to have walked one day to the rim of the Kathmandu Valley, looked down over it and said, you know, one day all this will be mine.
Kathmandu was the key to Nepal. It was not only one of the most fertile areas in the region, it lay at the heart of an important trade route between India and Tibet, giving it access to great wealth. The prize was enormous, but for a young chieftain and a small army, so were the risks.
The main strategy President Shah developed to conquer the Kathmandu Valley was to conquer the surrounding areas of Kathmandu Valley. And after that, he needed a place from where a direct attack would be made on Kathmandu within 2 or 3 hours. And that place he selected was Kirtipur.
For 12 years, Prithvi Narayan Shah and his army lay siege to Kirtipur. It took 4 attempts before it finally fell. But it came at a high price for the young prince. He lost his best general, Kalu Pandey, and his own brother. The exploits of Shah's army are still a vivid part of local folklore in Kirtipur. It's not hard to find locals who will tell the tale of the grisly end of Kalu Pandey.
यो गेट जुन छ त्यसको सिधा एउटा बाउन्ड्री वाल अहिले पनि केही बाँकी छ तर यो नयाँ भइसक्यो त्यहाँबाट अट्याक हुँदाखेरि उले हाम्रो कीर्तिपुरको सेनाले उलाई लखेटे यहीबाट यो पुरानो बाटो हो यहाँबाट लखेटेर उ त्यही पर पुगेपछि त्यो लड्यो त्यहाँ त्यसले त्यही पुगेपछि काट्यो.
Both armies paid a high price. Finally, Shah tried to seek a solution and approached the ruler of Kirtipur to peacefully enter the city.
Did have a kind of an agreement with the leaders of Kirtipur that they would smooth the way in for him, and they must have changed their minds.
At the last moment, Kirtipur closed its doors to Shah, and the bloody siege continued. When Kirtipur finally fell, Shah exacted revenge on its people. He cut off the lips and noses of every single man in the city.
Why the cut noses? Well, you know, the traditional punishment of the Gurkhali in those days for a faithless wife was to cut off the nose. This was the punishment for adultery. And perhaps for Prithvi Narayan that was symbolic of the fact that they had broken an agreement.
This brutal act also had the effect of giving Shah a fearsome reputation. In Kathmandu, its ruler Jayaprakashmala simply fled when he heard Shah and his army were marching towards his city. Shah entered Kathmandu and made it his capital in 1769, so laying the foundations for the Kingdom of Nepal.
Prithvinarayan Shah is built into this great national figure of the creator of the nation, or as they say in Nepal, the unifier of the nation, because the nationalist vision has it that Nepal already existed. It was just lying around in bits, and all it needed was the visionary to come along and assemble it.
In 1775, just a few years after the capture of his prize, the warrior king, the man who created the unified Nepal, died. Immediately, his court fell into disarray. Shah had created a kingdom and established the House of Shah as rulers, but he hadn't set out the laws of succession.
In Asia, in Nepal, kings had more than one legal wife. And when you look at it like that, and you look at the animosities that are likely to arrive, you can see that there must have been great tussles for succession between the sons of different legal wives and even the sons of concubines. This creates all these tensions and struggles.
But the infighting didn't stop there.
The bickering and the fighting was more among the surrounding families, but it wasn't helped by the fact that the monarchy itself, after Prithvinarayan Shah, was occupied by people of much lower caliber. Either they were minors, they were young, too young to rule, so regents ruled in their stead, or they had mental health problems in a couple of cases.
It was in this febrile atmosphere that Rajendra came to the throne. And during his reign, this factionalism was to come to a head and draw to a murderous conclusion. Rajendra came to the throne in 1816, at the age of just 3. He was completely controlled by his all-powerful Prime Minister, Bhimsen Thapa, the latest in the line of Thapas who had ruled over the weak child kings that followed Prithvinarayan Shah. Rajendra was kept in isolation, unable even to leave the palace. In 1837, however, he finally flexed his muscles, forced Thapa from power, and took over direct rule. Unfortunately, he was a less than ideal candidate to be king.
Rajendra, just looking at it from the eyes of the 21st century, I would say that he had a bipolar disorder. Sometimes he was probably very, very reasonable, and sometimes he was very despondent, and sometimes he was high. His excesses were mainly in his cruelty. He took people's caste away by smearing them with feces, with human feces. He would bring out laws and edicts, and he would change them the next day.
And this lack of judgment and control was felt in his relationships with his 2 queens and their sons. In particular, Rajendra's strange behavior affected his eldest son, Crown Prince Surendra. Surendra should have been the automatic heir to the throne, but Rajendra favored his youngest queen, Lakshmi Devi. In 1843, Rajendra issued a decree stating that his subjects should only obey his younger queen Lakshmi Devi over the crown prince. Surendra was feeling increasingly insecure.
I think his son was more dangerous than him, Crown Prince Surendra. And I think that's partially probably because of his father's condition, but partially because of very insecure upbringing that he had. His younger mother and her coterie were trying to get rid of him in favor of his younger brother, her eldest son. That can make you very, very insecure if you feel people are trying to murder you.
The battle between the young queen Lakshmi Devi and Crown Prince Surendra was to lead to the first of Nepal's royal massacres.
The junior queen of King Rajendra wanted to place her own son on the throne of Nepal as against the claim of the eldest son of the king. So In this connection, the queen took the help of one powerful courtier whose name was Gagan Singh. But unfortunately, Gagan Singh was suddenly killed. And when Gagan Singh was killed, then the queen felt herself a kind of orphan, you know. Now she had no friend to assist her to place her son on the throne.
The queen was isolated. She sought the help of one of the most powerful men in the kingdom, Jang Bahadur. As military commander, he controlled a large army. She asked him to force all the leading courtiers together so she could find the murderer of her favorite courtier, Gagan Singh.
Instead of detecting the murderer, there were clashes among the courtiers, and almost all the high-level courtiers were killed, and only Janga Bahadur and his brother survived, and hence began the Rana rule in the history of Nepal.
In the mayhem that followed the Kot massacre, Jang Bahadur saw his chance to seize control. He instigated a military coup and deposed the king. He sent Rajendra and Lakshmi Devi into exile and installed Surendra on the throne. Like the Thapa family before him, Bahadur kept the young king under permanent house arrest and under his control. He made himself permanent prime minister. Learning from the mistakes of the Shahs, he established a line of succession for his own family to inherit his office, taking the hereditary title of Rana. And so began a century of Rana rule, with a succession of puppet kings. So how would the House of Shah rise again to rule Nepal? Nepal's royal family is no stranger to bloodshed and intrigue. The Kot massacre in 1846 and the subsequent power struggle in the court was to rock the Shah royal family and banish it from power for over 100 years. After decades of court politics and unstable rulers, the Ranas, a ruthless dynasty of hereditary prime ministers, emerged from the shadows of Nepal's elite. The Shahs remained under virtual house arrest, figureheads cloistered in their palaces. A symbolic monarchy led spurious authority to the Rana usurpers, but were in practical terms powerless.
Well, people say that the Shah monarchy reigned, but it didn't rule. It was the Ranas that ran the country, with the kings functioning as a figurehead for their government.
The Ranas maintained their grip on power by ensuring they didn't fall into the same trap as the Shahs. They set in place definite rules on succession.
The Ranas adopted the line of succession not under the principles of primogeniture. If the Rana prime minister dies, he was succeeded by the eldest member in the family. And in that system, there was no question of the minor prime ministers. The prime ministers who succeeded the Ranas, they were all matured. They were all more than 40 or 50 years of age. That's why there was no minor prime minister.
The Ranas had learned from the monarchy's mistakes, but they also learned from the vision of Nepal's founder.
I think in the isolation, the Ranas were carrying out Prithvinarayan Shah's vision of the pure state. That is, you close your borders, you make sure that nothing bad can come in, your enemies can't infiltrate.
They maintained the notion of Nepal as an independent state with its own unique identity. And it was this desire to preserve the sanctity of their borders that led them to seek out an ally in the region. If there was one thing that the Ranas recognized, it was the strength and importance of the British Empire across the world, and particularly on their own doorstep. Their huge neighbor to the south, India, was under Britain's rule, and the Ranas had courted the British assiduously throughout their regime. Britain, in turn, saw the importance of a stable and friendly state on the northern border and gave the Rana regime their full support. It was an alliance that defined the century of Rana rule in Nepal, and the loss of which was to signal the end of their power. In 1947, a political earthquake shook the Rana regime to its foundations.
Lord Mountbatten bids farewell to the first British troops. An Indian Guard of Honor is drawn up in salute to the men whose departure symbolizes the end of British rule.
Almost overnight, the British vanished from India, and with them, the Rana's support.
The Rana Prime Ministers lost the guardianship of the British government. That is the most important thing. Then the new Indian government was not in favor of continuing the dictatorial rule of the Ranas. Rather, they wanted some sort of democratic government in Nepal.
The Ranas were too closely associated with the British for the liking of the newly independent India and its charismatic Prime Minister, Nehru. They wanted their close neighbor to be ruled by someone untainted by an alliance with the British.
Nehru wanted a democratic government in Nepal, right? But he did not want a full democratic government in Nepal. The Rana regime should be ended, but the new regime should be under the leadership of the king, not under the leadership of the people's representative. That's why Pandit Nehru played a very active role in the movement of 1950, and all the negotiations in Delhi took place under his guidance.
The Rana regime was coming under pressure from outside its borders. At the same time, pressure was building inside the country for change.
The Indian nationalist movement, the Indian Congress movement that had secured independence for India, greatly influenced a small number of middle-class Nepalis of higher caste who were receiving their education in Indian cities during the 30s and 40s, and to some extent in emulation of the Indian nationalist movement, formed their own political parties, which were small, but were then poised to sort of take on some of the momentum of the Indian political struggle and apply it to their own context.
Nepal needed a new ruler and a new government. All eyes turned to the Shahs. Tribhuvan had been on the throne since 1911, but like his forefathers before him, every part of his life had been controlled by successive Ranas. First, Judha Shansha Rana, and then in 1945, Mohan Shansha Rana. He was too weak to take back power for himself, but the leaders of the new democratic movements could.
Once the British had gone, the Ranas were wide open to that kind of opposition, and the armed insurrection, in fact, took place for a period of time in 1949, 1950. And they were also able to engage with the king and show him that they would reinstate him as a ruler if he aided them in their struggle and gave them certain guarantees about the introduction of democracy and so on after he had been reinstated.
As the opposition mounted, the Prime Minister Mohan Shansha Rana tightened his control. If Tribhuvan was to get out from under the Rana rule, he would have to get out of Nepal.
The king's movements were quite closely controlled. And in 1950, on the pretext of going off to a hunting expedition with his entourage and most of his family, King Tribhuvan left his palace, but instead of taking the route that he was expected to take, suddenly turned sharply off the road into the Indian embassy, where he asked for some kind of political asylum, was flown out of the country to New Delhi.
The entire royal family was in exile, except for the king's 3-year-old grandson, Gyanendra. In a last-ditch attempt to save the Rana regime, the Prime Minister had him crowned king, hoping to rule over another puppet monarch. But to no avail. The people of Nepal looked to the absent king as their savior. Tribhuvan's flight to India that could have been seen as a mere desire to save his own life was cleverly managed to look like a move to save his people. And in 1951, King Tribhuvan returned to Kathmandu a national hero.
Tribhuvan is important for his symbolism. There was a king who was willing to sacrifice his throne for the sake of people, for the sake of democracy. So the symbol of King Tribhuvan leaving his palace and taking refuge in embassy and eventually Delhi symbolizes a king willing to leave his throne for the sake of the people. So what that symbolism does, it unites the people's leaders and the monarch together. Both of them were involved in the overthrow of the Ranas. So that gesture by Tribhuvan was fundamental in restoring monarchy in Nepal.
Having regained his throne, Tribhuvan honored his agreement with the leaders of the democratic movement and opened the doors to change.
He was recognized as the father of democracy in Nepal by all and sundry, even today. They have not attacked, the Republican forces have not attacked that symbolism that he carries.
After centuries of absolute rule, first by the Shahs and then the Ranas, the transition to a fledgling democracy was bound to be difficult.
The democracy that was ushered in 1950 was a very unstable one. There was intense political instability, and this went on and on and on till 1955 when he died, and his son took over, which is King Mahendra.
Mahendra came to the throne in 1955. At the time, Nepal's young democratic system was in turmoil, and there was deep unrest amongst the people. He saw this as an opportunity to impose his authority on the nation and lead his country forward to a new age.
He was a very ambitious person. He grew up in a very traditional milieu. He did not receive formal Western education. He received all of his education within the palace premises. But he was a very traditional Hindu monarch. He saw his role as a protector of the kingdom, as a benefactor.
Mahendra moved to take back some of the king's traditional powers, whilst at the same time opening the door to more modern influences.
Basically, when he took upon the responsibility of the government, he tried to become a very benevolent kind of a ruler, a benevolent dictator, if you will. It is to his credit that the modernization process began in Nepal. He enacted certain laws that led to land reform. He put a ceiling on big land holdings. He also enacted certain legislatures that prohibited the caste system. So he tried to do away with what he considered some of the more backward practices, and in so doing, he tried to modernize the country.
Mahendra was walking a political tightrope and trying to be both a far-sighted modernizer and a benevolent dictator. And it was this contradiction that he brought to the throne of Nepal that was to lead to the final fall of the House of Shah in a single night of unimaginable horror. Nepal's many diverse cultures, languages, and ethnic groups present a rich tapestry to the outside world, but a huge problem for its political rulers. Mahendra struggled with the dual role of benevolent dictator and modernizer. He saw his responsibility as King of Nepal to provide strong leadership and stability for his country.
He was a nationalist to the core, and he believed that the political parties were not in a position to lead the country towards stability or towards modernization or towards progress. And although he believed this, he allowed the parties to continue for another 5 years, where in 1960 he declared that it was not possible to run the country with parties anymore and declared a partyless system.
Mahendra introduced the Panchayat system of governance, in which he was the sole overseer of a network of local administration centers led by local leaders. Perhaps he truly believed he was the only one who could lead Nepal safely into the modern age. But the democracy movement was not to be silenced. Demonstrators took to the streets of Kathmandu. Riots and strikes grew increasingly common. In 1972, in the midst of this turmoil, Mahendra died, leaving his son Birendra to cope with this crisis. The new King Birendra had truly been handed a poison chalice as he came to the throne. His ascension was overshadowed by crises both ancient and modern. His family had, according to legend, been blighted by a curse which stated that the House of Shah would only rule for 10 generations before being ousted from their throne. Birendra was the 10th generation Shah king. He also inherited a country in turmoil, with demonstrators taking to the streets to demand change, together with an escalating threat from Maoist revolutionaries.
In 1979, when faced by student riots in the streets of Kathmandu, he declared that there would be a national referendum on the country's political system. The country would be asked whether it wanted to continue with what was then called the Panchayat system, whether the country wanted to move from that to a more inclusive, multi-party style of democracy. And the country was asked this question. So people said, wow, Birendra, he's given us the choice. There, I think he earned some credit for having been willing at least to open it up for national discussion.
The referendum duly took place, and the people narrowly voted to keep the Panchayat system. Despite this, the mood for change continued, until in early 1990, it once more exploded onto the streets, this time with deadly consequences. Seeing his citizens being gunned down forced Birendra's hand, and he finally agreed to step down as absolute ruler and became a constitutional monarch. This dramatic move may have brought peace to the country, but it caused an enormous split within the royal family itself.
Generally, it is said that King Birendra was alone in the royal family for his democratic ideas. And it is generally said that his stepmother, Queen Ratna, the wife of King Mahendra, she was very much eager to continue the system established by her husband, King Mahendra. Similarly, the Queen Aishwarya, the wife of Birendra, she was also quite eager to exercise the power as the queen. His brother, Gyanendra, was also not in a favor to surrender power to the people.
Once again, the Shah king found himself surrounded by competing factions.
It doesn't seem to have been a very healthy family, does it? When one looks at, events of the last 10 years or so. So it's difficult to speculate on relationships within the family, but one senses that this isn't a very cohesive little unit. There was always the sense that within the palace, there was this faction that was always going to try and undermine any kind of democratization movement.
Despite his family's opposition, Birendra gave over power to an elected government. But Nepal's problems did not stop there. His new government was wrecked by infighting and ineffectiveness, opening the door to a new movement for change, the communists.
After 1990, the failure of the elected government to to govern the country in a most satisfactory manner led to the rise of Maoists within the Communist Party. But later on, it adopted violent methods in most of the parts of the country.
In 1996, the Maoists announced the People's War and launched a campaign of attacks. It would cost the lives of 14,000 people. Back at the palace, the royal family was divided about how to respond to the insurgency. Some pushed for a hardline military option. But Birendra, increasingly isolated, preferred a softer approach.
One of the features to note, I think, which is significant, is the fact that the Royal Nepalese Army wasn't deployed against the Maoist insurgency until the Maoist insurgency had taken a very large hold over a very large section of the country. And that is said to have been because Birendra was unwilling to use the army in that way, because he didn't wish his army, his Nepalese army, to be shooting Nepalese citizens. But a sort of darker reading of that is that the monarchy actually wanted the Maoist insurgency to grow and become out of control, because they saw that as a way of getting rid of the political parties and undermining the democracy that they were never very keen of in the first place.
The House of Shah has never been far from rumor and intrigue. Their history is littered with conspiracy theories, tales of backstage deals, and power brokering. But now, the splits within the royal family were literally to tear them apart.
I was in Moscow airport when I heard about the massacre, and when I first heard about it, I said, it cannot be believed.
I remember getting calls from my relatives that, have you heard, have you heard, have you heard? We're hearing, the gunfires in the palace. It was a shock. It was a shock, because one could not expect that such a horrendous act can be enacted.
And the phone rang, and it was a Nepali friend who said, "Oh my God, it's terrible, I can't believe it." And I said, "What?" And he said, "The whole royal family's been killed."
On the 1st of June 2001, the royal family gathered as they usually did on Fridays for a family evening. The Crown Prince Dipendra left the sitting room where his family sat chatting and went to his apartment. There he armed himself with an M16 rifle and an MP5K machine pistol. He returned to the sitting room and started firing. He killed half of his family in that one room. His mother and brother escaped into the palace grounds. Dipendra pursued them and shot them dead. Finally, he turned his gun on himself.
Sometime even now, I sometimes wake up and say, was that real? Particularly, I felt the then Crown Prince. He was a highly intelligent man. All right. How would an intelligent man commit such a horrendous act? That's sometimes still hits me.
No one really knows for sure why Dipendra killed his family. And as ever with Nepal's royal history, conspiracy theories are rife. Some say Dipendra wanted to depose his father and install himself as king, bringing the monarchy back to absolute rule. Others say he was maneuvered into murder by his uncle, the king's younger brother, who himself wanted to be king. Yet others say he was merely angry that his parents wouldn't let him marry the woman he loved, Ridyani Rana, a member of the infamous Rana dynasty, old enemies of the Shahs.
Never in the history, even in our mythology, in the Hindu mythology, it's common for kings to kill other kings. But the father being killed by the son, the fratricide and the regicide that took place, and the matricide, was unusual and unprecedented in anybody's history, not even any Greek mythology nor Hindu mythology beats this. So it was an absolute shock.
The Shah dynasty has been steeped in mythology from its very beginning, with the tale of the curse laid upon its founder, Prithvi Narayan Shah, and it looked as if the curse had come true. Birendra, the 10th generation of Shah kings, was dead, and it was supposed that the 11th king was to be the arbiter of the final fall of the House of Shah. On the 4th of June 2001, Birendra's brother, Gyanendra, was crowned king. It was to be his second coronation. He'd been crowned at the age of 3 during King Tribhuvan's exile in India, and almost 50 years later, he ascended to the throne again. His second rule was to be as inauspicious as his first.
He always had political ambitions. So when this came up, on one hand, he saw this as an opportunity, but we should also understand, as an individual and as a family member, he had lost everything around him. And that did have a devastating effect, definitely, on him.
Unloved, unwanted, and facing a Maoist revolution, it was the worst of possible circumstances for the aging businessman to start a new career. However, he had plans to make his mark.
King Gyanendra had the conservative ideas. He was of the opinion that the king should exercise his real power. But when he became the king, his activities showed that, yes, he wanted to exercise the power of the king in the fullest sense of the term.
Any hopes that Gyanendra might pursue the liberal and low-key policies of his brother were soon dashed.
He tried to suppress both the Maoist and the political parties at the same time.
In 2005, just like his father Mahendra had in 1960, Gyanendra sacked the parliament and took control as absolute monarch. Press freedom was curtailed and political activists were locked up. Gyanendra thought he was restoring peace and stability, but it looked like a dictatorship. And it was to be the final nail in the coffin of the Shah monarchy.
His attempt to suppress these two political forces and impose his own personal rule in the country, I think, finally led to the downfall of monarchy in the country.
The people were outraged at Gyanendra's actions, and once again violence hit the streets in Nepal. Gyanendra realized he had gone too far, and on 24th April 2006, he restored the parliament. But this would not save him, and 3 weeks later, the parliament stripped him of his powers. In 2007, the monarchy was finally scrapped.
Gyanendra per se had the great opportunity perhaps to be the most, sort of successful ruler in Nepali history if he had pursued an agenda of reform. But rather than that, they got so engaged in the political game that, led to, the downfall of the monarchy.
Despite the ousting of the monarchy, there are many in Nepal who still love the Shahs and call for their return. But if the curse on Prithvi Narayan Shah is to be believed, this is the final act of this particular royal drama. Gyanendra was indeed the 11th king of Nepal, the one who would preside over a catastrophic fall from power, as bloody and dramatic as the legendary curse promised. It may be just legend, but throughout its history, there does seem to have been a shadow cast over the House of Shah. Born in war, the Shahs lived out their destiny against an ever-shifting landscape of bloody feuds and political intrigue, before dying out in confusion and horror. Perhaps it is simply a case of being cursed to live in a cycle of history repeating itself. The Shah story should end here, but perhaps the cycle has one more revolution to turn. On the northern coast of the world's third biggest island, Borneo, there lies one of the world's smallest kingdoms. Brunei owes its extraordinary existence to the fact that it's had a sultan as a monarch for the last 600 years. However, unlike the rest of Asia and most of the world, Brunei remains an absolute monarchy, where the sultan is head of state, as well as head of the government. The sultan is seen as divine. Even his own cabinet ministers revere him. Brunei is known throughout the world not only for its sultan, but also for its oil. The royal family has become astronomically wealthy and has shared that wealth amongst the small population. But in Brunei, you're not supposed to discuss it.
Talking about wealth, Brunei's money is a taboo in this country. It's constitutionally banned.
The monarch has a grip over his people like nowhere else in Asia. It's a system that is hard to understand from a westernized democratic perspective.
That kind of system suits Brunei.
Whether Brunei under the Sultan is a friend of British values is, I think, a rather different question.
But is the system sustainable? What happens to the Sultan and to Brunei when the oil runs out? And can this tiny state resist democracy when so many of its neighbors have embraced it? Brunei is one of only 6 countries left in the world that have retained systems of absolute monarchy. Power is centralized and hierarchical. Political parties and elections almost non-existent. Brunei has been a sultanate ever since Muslim traders established themselves here in the 14th century. His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah Musaidin Wadawla is Brunei's 29th sovereign. As a country, Brunei would have disappeared entirely in the 19th and 20th centuries if it hadn't been protected by Britain. They set up a residency system that ensured the country wasn't taken over by Malaysia.
The sultans those days was really hard up. There was not much money. Even the sultans wanted to go to Singapore, for example, they had to borrow money from the British.
At the beginning of the 20th century, the sultans of Brunei were said to be so poor, their clothes were threadbare and their palaces meager. The Brunei economy changed forever in 1929, after the discovery of oil by Shell Petroleum. However, the sultans weren't allowed to share the wealth that was being created at an astonishing rate.
Nothing went to the Sultan at the time because according to the residency agreement, he was entitled for a monthly stipend. Say, for example, 6,000 States dollars. They were not given direct money.
The current sultan's father, Omar Ali Saifuddin III, subtly changed the relationship with the British over the course of his reign, so that Bruneians were able to share the extraordinary wealth that was being created. By the 1980s, the Sultan of Brunei had earned enough money from oil exports to be dubbed the richest man in the world, largely because the line between his personal assets and the country's had become so blurred. With unimaginable, not to say unmentionable wealth, the Sultan's position seems secure. But if 95% of Brunei's income comes from oil and gas, what happens when these resources eventually run out?
From 1935, when the oil was discovered, this British threw out the theory that within 25 years Brunei oil will be dried up. I hear the story when I came 21 years ago. By God's will, I hope oil wealth will go on forever unless someone else discover another source of energy.
Oil and gas won't last forever. So it's very important that the country's investments are developed. It benefits because it is a small country, small population. So if the investments are made properly, it should be able to live off its investments into the foreseeable future.
Human ingenuity is limitless. You know, we always worry about something which did not happen. We'll find something.
Brunei's development is at the moment unsustainable. It needs to invest in other areas and quickly. Since the 1990s, alcohol, bars and nightclubs have been banned, so it's unlikely tourism can ever gain a foothold. Because of its incredible wealth and tiny population, Bruneians have a very good standard of living, enjoy free education and healthcare, and pay no personal income tax. The average household has 3 cars, so very few people ask questions of their sultan or the future. They're enjoying their present situation too much.
It's an oasis of calm. Many people like to be in Brunei, like to work in Brunei, because it is a calm place. It's a very friendly and welcoming place. It hasn't suffered excesses of many of the other states.
Because life is so good, the Sultan and the royal family are genuinely loved by most people in Brunei.
What made the royal family of Brunei very, very popular, I think for obvious reason, is that they're being human, or they're being themselves. And if you look around, when the royal family move about in Brunei, there is minimum security that shows how safe and how well loved they are. And that is why the closeness of the people and the Sultan is really very evident.
The question is, how has the Sultan of Brunei survived as the last absolute monarch in Asia, where power is completely centralized in his hands? To understand his preeminent position, one has to examine the history of Brunei's sultans and the seminal events of 1962, when an armed rebellion almost overthrew the monarchy. Brunei Bay was an important port from the 9th century, as traders from China and the Middle East used it as a landing point and a place to buy important jungle goods.
The history of Southeast Asia is, in its earlier centuries, based upon what we call thalassocracies. These are kingdoms of the sea, if you like, not control of the land, but the control of trade routes and of the more desirable objects of trade.
The first sultan was said to be Alak Batata, who reigned from 1363 and took the name Sultan Muhammad. He married into the royal family of Johor and embraced Islam. At the time, as still exists today, Bruneians lived on the sea in water villages to escape the stifling heat of dry land. Subsequent sultans built Brunei's first mosques and preached strict adherence to Islam. The sultans were revered by the people.
It becomes almost an act of sacrilege to criticize the Sultan in a situation, because he has got this aura about him, which I think has been handed down to the generations. His support is reinforced by the palaces and by the wealth and by all the prestige objects and all the ceremony that goes with it.
During the 15th and 16th centuries, through warfare and trade, Brunei built an empire that covered Borneo and parts of southern Philippines.
There were 2 famous kings, Sultan Bolkiah. He was known as Nakhoda Ragam, the man who goes on the boat singing. And he, plus the 9th Sultan, Sultan Hassan, they were the people who actually known in Brunei history for having caused this expansion.
From the 16th century, Brunei's history became dominated by the arrival of European seafarers. First the Portuguese, then Spanish, and finally the British.
we have a positive evidence by Anthony Pigafetta, who was in Magellan's fleet, Italian, who came to Brunei, and he left a very vivid account. And he speaks about Brunei people drinking in golden cup and wearing a very expensive gown. And plus, he was treated for 54-course meal. Brunei reached this opulence mostly through trading means.
It was the importance of establishing and maintaining the spice trade that made the country a tactically important place for the Europeans. While the Spanish failed to overrun Brunei, the British arrived in the 18th century looking to get a foothold in the bay to keep their trade routes open. By this time, Brunei's empire was in decline. Brunei sultans found themselves sandwiched between competing and expanding interests on Borneo. After a succession crisis in 1828, Omar Ali Saifuddin II became the 21st Sultan of Brunei. He executed members of his own family who had claimed the throne, but it was the British he needed to be more concerned about.
The British presence began to be felt not as a result of British government interest at first, but because of James Brooke, who was an adventurer, a freebooter, who came and made a deal with a Brunei aristocrat to take control over Kuching, which later became the nucleus of his kingdom-to-be of Sarawak.
In 1842, James Brooke became governor of the British colony of Sarawak, west of Brunei. And for the next 100 years, Brunei's history was dominated by the Brooke family, who became known as the White Rajas.
Brunei was on the point of disappearing when the Raja Brooke was very active, coupled with the mismanagement of Brunei. It was shrinking. A lot of corruption and ineptitude, which made the people turn against the rulers. So Raja Brooke was welcomed as a savior.
By this time, the British had established a diplomatic link with Brunei, and the British felt that it was not in their interest, perhaps, to allow James to actually take over entirely, but also they felt it was a matter of honor to protect Brunei from further loss of territory.
Brunei was in danger of disappearing off the map altogether. Charles Brooke, nephew of James and now a renegade Raja, sailed up the Limbang River in Brunei and claimed the territory as his own.
Yeah, his ultimate aim, once he started, he got the taste of it. He wanted one day to finish off Brunei and bring it under his rule.
In 1888, Sultan Hashim signed a protectorate agreement with Britain that ensured Brunei would continue to exist, however small.
The sultans those days was really hard up. There was not much money. I think they welcomed the presence of the British as a stabilizing force at that time.
To establish what was to be done with Brunei, the British sent an envoy, Malcolm MacArthur, to write a report on the governance of Brunei and how the territory could be maintained.
He wrote a report, interesting report in 1904 called MacArthur Report. He had two options. He argued Brunei, of course, can be taken over by Sarawak. But he said doing that will be a great travesty of justice because, like England, Brunei is also under ancient monarchy. So it's not fair to snuff out that monarchy. Second reason, his problem was that Brunei was so poverty-ridden at the time that it's very hard to maintain it. So that's another reason why Brunei should be handed over to Sarawak.
MacArthur won a lot of friends in Brunei with his sensitivity to the sultans and their position in society. However, he called impoverished Brunei a collection of ruinous hovels, where even Sultan Hashim wore threadbare clothes and had fallen through the floorboards of his palace on stilts.
MacArthur's mission was to find out just basically what to do with Brunei. Honour required that the Sultan be well treated and respected, There was some feeling that the Brooks were too grasping and perhaps in the long run unpredictable.
He wanted to preserve the remaining part of Brunei, provided that Britain can impose a kind of hegemony over Brunei, not by direct rule, by a form of indirect rule, where they appointed a British resident who was the advisor to the Sultan. But the real powers were in the hands of the British resident. So that was how Brunei was saved. In my writings, I say MacArthur was the real savior of Brunei.
The British had already established a successful residential system in the Federated Malay States. Having resisted the temptation of selling off Brunei to Charles Brooke, Sultan Hashim died in 1906, having saved his beloved kingdom. MacArthur became the first resident and set about creating a new system of government and taxation, whilst the Sultan was left in charge of religious affairs.
The resident takes over all the strings of the administration. He becomes the governor in effect. And the Sultan, usually under these treaties, the Sultan had to accept all his so-called advice, whatever he advised, which meant really the Sultan had lost his autonomy.
The British established themselves at the House of 12 Roofs, a building disused since 1984 when the British left. Today, it is a poignant reminder of Brunei's recent colonial past. Due to the death of his father, Jamalul Alam, in 1924, Ahmad Tajuddin became Sultan of Brunei at the age of just 11. With a minor on the throne, it was no surprise that the British were making most of the decisions for the country. The British effectively modernized Brunei, but compared with the rest of Asia, the country was relatively poor. This was about to change dramatically. Shell's discovery of oil in 1929 meant the country's roads, railways, and housing were built at an incredible rate. By 1936, the country's debts had been paid off. From nowhere, Brunei became the third biggest oil exporter in the Commonwealth. But Sultan Tajuddin wasn't personally seeing any of the oil money.
Nothing went to the Sultan at the time because according to the residency agreement, he was entitled for a monthly stipend. Say, for example, 6,000 Straits dollars. They were not given direct money, and only some profits, 20 to 30% was passed on, and the profits were not directly passed to the royalty. It was kept separate accounts, managed by the resident and his assistant.
Until 1950, the Sultans of Brunei played second fiddle to the British residents. All this changed when Tajuddin's half-brother, Omar Ali Saifuddin III, acceded to the throne.
From the very first day of his accession, Omar Ali Saifuddin was keen to take control and reverse the historical process since 1905, which had seen power concentrated in the hands of the resident.
He started slowly taking away the powers and authority from the hands of the residents. And he knew the power of Brunei at the time. And he did not want the British to completely dictate terms to him as far as money is concerned.
Brunei's oil revenues were growing at a staggering rate, from $1 million in 1946 to $30 million by 1959. With some of this wealth, Omar Ali built a majestic mosque named after himself, which is still the most magnificent building in the country. Its main dome is said to be made from real gold. The 1950s saw the development of nationalist and democratic feelings in Brunei. The British were keen for Brunei to join neighboring Sabah and Sarawak in the newly formed Malaysia.
They didn't want to leave behind an anachronism, an absolute monarchy in the midst of Southeast Asia, which, for one thing, the British thought would be very vulnerable to communist takeover.
Sultan Omar Ali was offered an inducement by the new Prime Minister of Malaysia.
Tunku Abdul Rahman came around and said, I'm going to make you the king of Malaysia. If you join Malaysia, who wouldn't want to be? You know, you preside over the rest of the sultans, and why not? I think he was quite persuaded to join Malaysia on those terms. Yeah, but then Tunku Abdul Rahman went back to Malaya and consulted the rulers. And the rulers said, "No way, man."
In the late 1950s, the Brunei People's Party had formed under the leadership of Ahmad Azahari, a radical who was pushing the British and the Sultan to hold elections and form a constitutional monarchy.
Azahari wanted to go too fast. Basically, Sir Omar Ali Saifuddin was sympathetic, but at the same time, he was a practical man. He still wanted to make sure that Brunei's future will be safeguarded, the wealth won't be squandered.
In 1961, the Sultan finally agreed to elections, and Azahari's People's Party won 54 out of the 55 seats to the Legislative Council.
When they won the landslide, the question then was, should the council, the Legislative Assembly, be convened in order to allow them to pass an anti-Malaysia resolution? So when finally, after weeks and weeks of tension, the date for the first Legislative Assembly meeting was fixed, it was then postponed. The resolution that they were going to talk about was not allowed, and it appeared to the People's Party that the Sultan and the Resident were responsible for refusing to allow this anti-Malaysia resolution to be be
For Azahari, who believed he had the support of Indonesia behind him, it was the final straw.
Well, from the beginning, I was against the Federation of Malaysia because this is not actually a federation. This is a transfer of power from one colonial power to another. We are not rebels actually, but we are independent lovers and freedom lovers and adhere of the principle of democracy.
On December 8, 1962, to everyone's surprise, Azahari declared independence for Brunei and led an armed rebellion against the Sultan. No one had seen it coming.
I sent out a small piece saying the rebellion had broken out in Brunei to Reuters. They came back and say again, please.
The British moved quickly to mobilize their Gurkhas and Royal Commandos stationed in Singapore.
Suddenly somebody rolled up in a Land Rover and said, "Back to camp, we fly at dawn, Brunei's been invaded by the rebels, we've got to go and liberate the town."
It's a mystery why the rebellion broke out. Azahari, until his death, did not acknowledge the fact that he was the cause of the rebellion. He said this was engineered by some other factors in order to suppress him.
What I can tell you is that so deep was the corruption there that I saw it, so bad was the governance, that although I was a British soldier serving my Queen and serving my flag in countering the rebels and recapturing Brunei, I was very conscious even at that age that if I had been a Bruneian there, I'd have been with the rebels.
Armed revolt was a cock-up, really. It was ill-advised timing. It broke up and they were not organized, they didn't know where to go, what to do, and it was a complete chaos.
The following morning we did the assaults on Limbang, in which 5 of my colleagues were killed and 5 were wounded, and I did the assault on Laos in the 5th Division of Sarawak. And we went off to rescue, in inverted commas, the district officer and found that he was a rather large gin-sodden man with I like to think of him with a pink gin in his hand, but I think he only had a Webley revolver, who had in fact been surrounded by the rebels, threatening his life, and he'd gone out and said, "I am the representative of Her Majesty the Queen, surrender," and they all did.
By the 20th of December, the rebellion was over. The Sultan declared a state of emergency, something that surprisingly still exists today. A paranoia set in that has lasted for almost 60 years.
Sultan Omar Ali was a unique gentleman, and he believed in the people quite a bit until the rebellion. That sort of changed his whole outlook. Yeah, he became sort of paranoid because he trusted his people so much, and he felt that they turned around him and let him down quite badly.
Only 40 rebels had been killed in the uprising and 2,000 captured. They would have been pardoned if they swore allegiance to the Sultan. Some refused. They would spend the next 20 years in jail. In 1962, a democratic experiment by Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin III went horribly wrong. When elections didn't go his way, he disbanded the legislature and sparked a rebellion that came without warning. In just 12 days, the uprising had been quashed. Many believe it was Brunei's incredible reserves from the export of oil that were at the heart of the rebellion, and the reason Brunei has not had meaningful elections since.
At that time, I mean, people of Brunei were all, many of them were taxi drivers and laborers, and how could you give democracy? How could you hold elections? How could you give power to these people? They would have made a mess of it. They already made a mess of the rebellion. Now, you're talking about $19 billion. I admire the Sultan because, I mean, if I had this kind of money at my beck and call, I would go crazy most probably.
In the mid-1960s, the British government was urging the Sultan to introduce elections and allow Brunei to become independent.
The British wanted the Sultan to move forward to self-government, but it had to be democratic self-government. They wanted him to become a constitutional monarch.
The Sultan, however, was reticent. He feared without a British presence in Brunei, the country was susceptible to attack from hostile neighbors. But at the same time, Omar Ali wanted the British to grant him full control of the country's finances.
Eventually, British fenced him in, you know, have nowhere to go, yeah? So he said, look, he said, if you don't do that, I'm going to go, you know, I'm going to abdicate. That did not move Whitehall at all. So you want to go, you go. You know?
The Sultan surprised everyone by suddenly announcing his abdication in 1967 in favor of his firstborn son, Hassan al-Bolkiah. One theory was that his son was set to fail his military education in Britain, and it was a way of avoiding the embarrassment.
I can tell you the official reason. Sultan Omar believed that his young son should be given a proper training in statecraft, and he had enough because he founded the kingdom, he spent money, and he promulgated the constitution, and with the British he defeated the rebellion, and he has a very good son who could really take over him.
He will have been told, no doubt, that he was going to take over the reins of government and at least going to learn how to be a sultan. But although that was what his father was saying, the history of the next few years, up until 1984, or even later, shows that the old man, the abdicated sultan, had no intention whatsoever of handing over.
At just 22, Hassan al became the Sultan in an elaborate coronation ceremony in 1968. Symbolically, it was his father, Sultan Omar Ali, who placed the solid gold crown on his son's head. His father was to remain the power behind the throne. In his early years, the current Sultan earned a reputation as being bored by his position of power.
Before long, he found that it was a very easy life with no responsibilities except to appear at ceremonial occasions. Whenever the Sultan appeared with these dark glasses and with the peaked cap pulled down over his eyes, it may well be that he just arrived back from Manila or Bangkok and had a hangover.
The 1970s saw the remarkable rise in the price of oil, from $1 a barrel in 1970 to $11 a barrel by 1974. Brunei's wealth went through the roof. With the discovery of gas as well as oil, the country soon had the highest per capita income in all of Asia.
During this period, quite a lot of welfare activities are going on. And quite a lot of money has been spent, housing sector. All the Bruneians are entitled to free education. And you can see the development generally in the country, infrastructure like road system, electrical system. It has taken over by leaps and bounds.
However, the state of emergency imposed after the 1962 rebellion remained in place and the constitution suspended. In 1975, the United Nations called on Brunei to embrace elections and become independent from the British. But the Sultan's father was still resolutely against both ideas. Brunei was seen as an anachronism, the last absolute monarchy in Asia.
When Hassanal Bolkiah came to power, everybody looked at him, oh my God, I mean, Sir Omar is gone. What shall we do? I mean, can this guy do it? And it took a little bit of time for the present Sultan to stand up on his own legs and imprint his image on the political situation, on the power.
In 1981, Hassanal enraged his father by marrying a commoner as his second wife. He became more conservative as he had fallen in love for the first time. Sultan Hassanal began taking his religion more seriously, and Brunei took on an increasingly Islamic atmosphere. The country becoming proud of its history, but also its faith. In 1984, Brunei finally agreed to become fully independent from Britain. Membership to ASEAN, the Commonwealth, and the United Nations followed soon after. By January 1984, the British residency system, in operation since 1906, formally came to an end. The country became known as Brunei Negara Darussalam, an abode of peace, and the Sultan became Prime Minister and Defense Minister. His brothers occupied the other positions of power. The royal family now had complete control of the country. They became untouchable. With independence in 1984, Sultan Hassanal Bolkiah assumed complete control of Brunei. The enormous state reserves that had been controlled by the British were suddenly at his mercy.
The question for the Sultan and his family was how to get real control, not mediated by a finance officer. They wanted to exercise direct control themselves.
Sir Omar Ali Saifuddin, so at that time, before the independence, he had accounted for every cent Brunei had. They were all invested with the Crown agent. Every year, the Legislative Council would meet and Brunei's account was read out. So there was no hanky-panky going on there. But the whole thing happened after the independence. There was a change.
The Sultan took full control, forming the Brunei Investment Agency and putting his brother Prince Jeffrey in charge. The country's finances became a state secret.
It was necessary to find some legitimate procedure whereby money could be allocated to the royal family without going through any kind of legislative process. And the mechanism that was found was charged expenditure.
With an expenditure account outside of the national budget, it was harder to know how much of the oil revenue actually went to the royal family.
The Brunei auditor, an Englishman, tried at one point to carry out an audit. He wasn't let in through the grill. They wouldn't let him into the offices of the investment agency.
The distinction between his own wealth and the state's became so blurred, he was listed as the richest man in the world. The state's assets, all their reserves, were effectively his own. The Sultan's spending became the stuff of legend. His car collection alone was said to include 500 Rolls-Royces and hundreds of other classic cars. For his own personal use, he had a jumbo jet customized with gold fittings, believed to be worth $233 million. To the outside world, he was the king of bling. He built the biggest palace in the world, the Istana Nurul Iman, its gold dome towering above the Brunei River and the water villages below. Every year, for the Muslim festival of Hari Raya, the Sultan opens the doors of the palace to his subjects, and over 100,000 people receive food and gifts from the sovereign. Because of his incredible spending, the Sultan gained a reputation that put Brunei on the map. Only Hassanal and his brother Prince Jeffrey knew the state of Brunei's finances.
The lack of transparency as to where the money is going and where it's coming from, I think, is a major problem for the period. The great expenditure, the lavish expenditure, has fallen into some sort of disrepute, if you like.
Discussing money and how much money the Sultan has became a no-go subject.
Talking about wealth, Brunei's money, is a taboo in this country. It's constitutionally banned.
The centralized financial system set up after independence was open to abuse, but the Sultan could have never imagined it would later be his own brother who would be accused of stealing from state coffers. In 1984, the Brunei government decided to introduce a philosophy known as MIB in Malay, which encouraged people to believe in the three pillars of Brunei's system: Malay, Muslim, and monarchy.
MIB is a yardstick, behavioral parameter for people to observe certain rules, that's all.
They think if you are a true Malay, if you are a true Muslim, and if you believe in monarch, you will behave well. Because government is involved, it sounds like propaganda.
People are indoctrinated in the benefits and the virtues of MIB. It's now taught through schools, it's taught in the university, and people are constantly reminded that that is the blueprint to which they should try to conform.
Brunei isn't 100% Malay, nor 100% Muslim. Chinese workers make up a sizable proportion of the population. So this ideology precludes them, although the government claim it is inclusive. MIB as a philosophy is largely symbolic.
This symbolism has been important for projecting the image of the Sultan as a man of God, even though in his private life, when he goes abroad, he may not be behaving quite up to the level of the Islamic ruler.
To reinforce the increasingly Islamic atmosphere in Brunei, in 1991, the country went officially dry. Bars and nightclubs were closed down, and alcohol was banned. Sultan Hassanal was establishing the cult of personality, so beloved of totalitarian regimes.
Brunei is similar to a totalitarian regime. It's similar to what one has read about Germany, Nazi Germany, and the Communist Soviet Union. It feels like what you imagine those countries would have been like. If you are part of it, and I have been employed there, it is totalitarian, and the way that they manipulate and control. One also noticed how there was a constant stream of propaganda on the television supporting the monarchy, supporting the Islamic religion and so on. But there was this pervasive sense of fear.
In such a climate, there is no opposition to the regime. In fact, to even talk ill of the Sultan was deemed an offense, even if you're related to him.
There are some taboo subjects we're not supposed to write about, which is religion, sects, the government and the Sultan as well, and members of the royal family. I think this is for security reasons as well, and for the harmony of the country.
You don't touch the royal family or the Sultan. You don't abuse them. As a newsman, I can say that. We have more freedom of the press in Brunei, I can tell you this much, than in Malaysia or Singapore.
I did cover a royal wedding before, and I got a call from the Prime Minister's office, and they told me that, yes, you can talk about this and that. Don't try to talk about the wife, which is the Sultan's daughter. That kind of thing, like, maybe the food that she eats or something. That still bemused me in a bit, especially when I was interviewing, it was the son-in-law of His Majesty.
In the 1990s, political activity became non-existent, and what parties were allowed to continue had almost no membership and couldn't say anything about the Sultan's power. In 1997, the scandal of Prince Jeffrey's spectacular spending hit the headlines. He was Minister of Finance and had a reputation as a playboy, blowing millions through his own company on projects that he's alleged to have put in his personal name and not that of the country. The Sultan filed legal proceedings against his brother, then dropped them when he realized just how embarrassing the scandal would be. Jeffrey's extravagant purchases were put up for auction.
2,400, 2,400, 2,000 baht. 531.
Prince Jeffrey's two most famous projects were built next door to each other. When it first opened, Jarudong Park attracted upwards of 5,000 people every day. Now it's been left to decay, and on average, less than 200 people visit daily. The second project was one of the world's most expensive hotels, the $1 billion 600-room Empire, with real gold leaf lining the walls and suites costing up to $14,000 a night.
It was said to be a project which would need to be filled nightly for something like 100 years in order to pay back the investment. It was a hotel, and Brunei hasn't got a very lively tourist trade, and most of the tourists who come would not be able to afford to stay in a hotel like that.
Like Jarudong, the Empire is barely used and has created a vast black hole in Brunei's finances. Brunei is littered with projects began by Prince Jeffrey and never completed.
He was so ambitious. And what's happening in Dubai now, it also happened in a small way in Brunei, because Prince Jeffrey started to build a lot of palaces, a lot of flats and a lot of dream buildings, which was useless for Brunei.
He was accused by the Sultan of embezzling $15 billion from the country's accounts.
The scandals relating to the use of money in the past weakened the prestige of the monarchy.
Prince Jeffrey described himself as the fall guy for his family's excesses.
I'm sure the Sultan felt deeply betrayed by Jeffrey, and he must have realized that he, the Sultan, had a sort of character flaw, that he had been too trusting. He trusted international opportunists such as Khashoggi, El Fayed, but it had never damaged him. However, in the case of his own brother, I think he was really made to realize how careless and over-trusting he had been, and I think it must have had a deep effect on him.
Brunei suffered in the Asian economic downturn of the late 90s. From being a country with incredible reserves and a budget surplus, it suddenly found itself dangerously low on funds. The era of super spending came to an end. The Sultan became much more circumspect about money. He also took over from his brother as Minister of Finance, unable to trust anyone else with the state funds.
We should go back to more transparency where Brunei's wealth is concerned. We must know where the money is going, where is being invested, what is being done. And unless we do that, there's going to be problems like Prince Jeffrey misusing the funds.
In 2004, the Sultan declared himself infallible and immune from prosecution. Freed of Brunei's colonial masters, today his grip on power knows no bounds.
Brunei has been very good to Britain. We're doing a lot of work to help and support their armed forces. So Brunei is regarded as being a friend of Britain, but whether Brunei under the Sultan is a friend of British values, of democracy, freedom, and the ability to express your views is, I think, a rather different question.
The Sultan has survived for over 4 decades on the throne. Many can't imagine a day when he won't be around.
His Majesty is a father, a leader, a friend, and most importantly, a Bruneian. So His Majesty is all of that, So whatever the people feel, he can also feel it.
What he has done for the country, I'm really impressed, and sometimes I wish that he stays longer as the Sultan, for as long as possible as well. And mind you, he's been running the country for 40 years. And I'm always impressed that, the international relationship that he has with other countries is very strong.
In recent interviews, the Sultan has admitted that the current system of absolute control can't go on forever.
He knows that things must change. And he said, when the time comes, I will change as well.
I think that there will be some steps towards a constitutional monarchy in due course. There has to be some public participation in government.
For the moment, the last absolute monarchy in Asia appears secure. Its people content to keep things just as they are.
We're all accustomed to the political system right now. If it was to change, it will really shake up Brunei a bit.
For the foreseeable future, I think that Bruneians would say, yeah, we've got a good lifestyle. It's a nice place to live. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah.
Brunei monarchy has been a good influence. With the present Sultan, the past Sultan, it's the best thing which have happened to Brunei.
The man Bruneians simply call HM is a benevolent ruler who genuinely wants the best for his people, a population entirely beholden to him, and his iron grip on power. Can his dynasty survive when oil is finite and a new, more vocal generation move into positions of power? How long can politics be put on hold? These are questions that only the Sultan can answer. For the moment, he and his people, it seems, are content with the status quo.